5 p.m. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Mr. Chair Lawson,
Here.
Chair Pro Temp Lanier, Commissioner McCoy,
Here.
Commissioner Miller Anderson, Commissioner Botel.
Here.
Also present is the Executive Director of the CRA, Mr. Jonathan Evans, Scott Evans, Director of Planning and Development, Anita Jenkins, Director of Neighborhood Services, Shirley Desir, Interim CRA Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. If we can have a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Councilwoman Julie Botel. Executive Director, do we have any additions, deletions, or substitutions?
None from staff, Mr. Chair.
Disclosures by the council or staff?
Mr. Chair, I've probably disclosed this in the past, but I have in the past had conversations with the Marina Phase 2 development team.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Miller Anderson, go ahead.
I spoke with them as well. Like I said, I spoke with them since the last meeting.
Any other disclosures? Motion to adopt agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Botel,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner McCoy,
Yes.
Chair Pro Temp Lanier. Yes. Chair Lawson,
Yes.
motion carries.
Moving on to consent agenda. Items from consent agenda are routine in nature. The consent is approved by a single majority vote. Items may be removed by open discussion or request by the commissioners of the board. Do we have any items that want to be removed from consent?
Mr. Chair,
Councilman?
I want to pull 1A, please. That's the minutes.
1A?
Yes.
Thank you. Any other items? Can I get a motion to approve consent with
Motion to approve the consent agenda as amended.
Second.
Councilwoman, I'm sorry, Ms. Shirley Desir? Can we add the item to discussion,
Oh, that's not. We just take it out. We vote on.
the consent?
So let's back up. The agenda was not amended. So to her point, she said motion to approve as amended. So we didn't amend the agenda. I just pulled one item off to bring something to staff's attention. So it should just be a motion to approve the consent agenda to Commissioner Botel.
So, Councilwoman Botel,
Well, excuse me.
motion to
approve.
Second,
thank you.
in discussion.
Discussion, please.
And you'll see in just a moment why that's very important that you distinguish between a motion to amend and a motion to approve. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman.
I'm sorry, may I get clarity? What item are we moving?
1A.
We're pulling it. We're
pulling it.
consent.
We're gonna
So
pull it from
therefore, we're
consent.
just
Okay,
voting on 2A.
okay. Ready? Okay.
Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Botel,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner McCoy,
Yes.
Chair Pro Temp Lanier,
Yes.
Chair Lawson,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you. Item 1A, discussion?
Mr. Chair, if I could
Councilman,
just
go
go
ahead.
ahead and point out something. You know, I was looking at these minutes and something I realized is that when we vote on these items, like for instance, I'm looking back at these minutes, and just for something routine as the meeting minutes that we approved in the January 25th meeting minutes that we approved at our last meeting, the clerk does roll call and all of the commissioners says yes or no, and then she finalizes it by saying motion carries. Now, particularly, I've read the bylaws, and there is specific language in there regarding the quorum requirements, which I didn't realize was different for the CRA, that it requires 4 members instead of 3. But I don't know what motion carries means. That's not called out in Robert's Rules of Order. And I think the proper thing is, so that you ensure that you do have that all members are present, you have to actually lay out specifically 5 voted in favor or unanimous. But motion carries is not defined in Robert's Rules of Order. So therefore, if I look back at the record, I'm looking at motion carries, but that doesn't exactly tell me how many people voted in an affirmative. So I just want to point that out to the record. And if the attorney was here, I think certainly, I think he would probably take the same position, but I don't know what that means looking at the minutes as motion carries. And I think I'll support it this time, but going forward, when we vote on the item, motion carries doesn't do anything for reviewing the record. It doesn't provide any details as to what that means. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
staff can make those modifications to ensure that it is called out as it relates to the number of those in favor and those that are in opposition of a particular item. And the same rings true for the city. That's exactly the process that it should be called out, specific to Robert's Rules of Order as well. So that's something that we would ensure that occurs on the city council side as well.
Thank you, Director Evans.
That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment cards for consent?
There are no public comment cards.
Thank you.
So
Can we have a
move to approve.
motion to
1A.
approve? Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Botel,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner McCoy,
Yes.
Pro Chair Temp Lanier,
Yes.
Chair Lawson.
Yes.
Vote passes unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now we're going to go into presentations, starting with 5A. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair and members of the board, at this time, I'm going to ask Ms. Anita Jenkins, Director of Neighborhood Services, to provide you a presentation on the Community Redevelopment Corporation.
Mr. Chair, the acceptance of public comment cards are now closed. We have no public comment cards for this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Welcome, Ms. Jenkins.
Hi,
Thank you.
good evening, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair Pro Tem, members. I'm Anita Jenkins, Director of Neighborhood Services, and I'm here to give a brief overview and update on the work of the Riviera Beach Community Development Corporation. And I just want to say that we appreciate this opportunity to come and talk with you more specifically about the work of the CDC. But before I get started, I would like to acknowledge that there are several of the board members in the audience, including the chairperson of the CDC, Mr. Darrell Leonard. So perhaps they might stand and you'll know who they are. The CDC was created by the CRA in May of 2012 in response to the city's lack of a neighborhood services delivery model. And for those who are around 10, 12 years ago, you'll know that there had been some staff changes on the city side, and there was no longer an organized strategy for delivery of neighborhood services. The CRA director suggested creating a community development corporation that would be structured to qualify as a federally designated community housing development organization. And later in the presentation, I'll come and talk a little bit about what that is. And we commonly call it a CHODO. In May of 2012, there were a group of 19 intrepid volunteers who came together to form this nonprofit, tax-exempt 501c3 organization, and it was fully endorsed by the CRA board. Just to set some context, the Riviera Beach CDC generally works within the redevelopment area of the city of Riviera Beach as established by the city council, but has the opportunity to work anywhere within the municipal limits of Riviera Beach. And the primary purpose is to acquire, rehabilitate, and operate affordable housing for families of modest means and the elderly to live safely and in sanitary conditions. The CDC also provides leverage capital to engage those low-income communities and for the purposes of just overall neighborhood improvement, and works in ways to increase economic development opportunity and work with programs to create businesses and jobs. But overall, the CDC is a housing developer. It is an economic and community development organization with programs in affordable and workforce housing, green initiatives, beautification, community capacity building, small business, and economic development programs, many of which the CDC partners with the CRA, with the city, and with other local organizations in our city, as well as Palm Beach County. The CDC was originally formed and continues to have 19 board seats. Why do you ask, what is the magic in the number 19? In order to qualify as a CHOTO, as I mentioned earlier, you must not have more than 1/3 of your board representing government. And the way the organization was established was so the CRA board members might appoint a member of the CDC board. To qualify as a CHOTO, the CDC also has to have at least 1/3 of its membership representing low-income communities or people who live in low-income communities or who are low-income representatives. So the structure is having that 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, which would give you 18, but 19 so that there are no ties in terms of taking care of business. Some of the original incorporators are names that you might remember or be familiar with or might be neighbors of yours. Mr. Aman Yisrael was an original board member. Mr. Ezra Saffold, Mr. Andrew Bird, Miss Ann Reddy, many of you may remember Miss Ann Reddy, Mr. Bruce Guyton, Miss Elizabeth Robinson, who was the first president, Miss Iris Jones, Mr. Darrell Leonard was one of the original board members. Our own current mayor in the city, Ronnie Felder, was an original incorporator, and Miss Radina Coleman, along with others. About 1/3 of the names that are on this original list continue to work with us now and serve as volunteers for our community. Over the years, the CDC has received or been the recipient of several significant awards for the work that they've done, and I'd just like to share a few of those. The CDC has received the South Florida Business Journal Award for its community garden work. It has received the South Florida Business Journal Award for the Riviera Beach Renaissance Program, which still exists today. It received the Best Affordable Housing Project for its Riviera Beach Renaissance Program from the Florida Redevelopment Association, and was a recipient of a Diamond Award for the Riviera Beach Renaissance Project from the Florida Community Development Association. There are challenges with this nonprofit, as with others, and we continue to work through them. But I will tell you that the CDC has been a well-organized corporation that has met its due diligence requirements locally. to the county and to the state for its various projects, for funding, et cetera, and as well as within the nonprofit community. The mission is revitalizing places while transforming lives. And we aim to build resilient, safe, innovative, and beautiful neighborhoods by creating opportunities for all in Riviera Beach. The Renaissance program that I mentioned is one of the keystone initiatives of this organization. I'll talk a little bit about some of the current projects, including the Villas of Solana, Villa La Anse, the Florida Housing Finance Corporation Pilot Infill Program, the work that we're doing in conjunction with the CRA and City with the Reclaim Program, as well as working with the Community Garden Portfolio, assisting with rehabilitation with Palm Beach County, and with the sod and paint program. We don't do this work alone. It takes many partnerships and collaboratives, most importantly, the one with the Community Redevelopment Agency in the city. But the CDC also has membership in various industry organizations, including the Affordable Housing Collaborative, Encanto, with Florida Housing Coalition, with the Housing Leadership Council, with the Nonprofit Housing Developers Forum, Florida Alliance of CDCs, and the Florida Community Development Association, to name a few. Some of the sample accomplishments are as follows. The CDC has developed and sold 10 homes. We have in pre-development 125 homes. We also have mixed-use space in pre-development. We have 8 infill lots in pre-development. We have assisted with, enclosed, or currently constructing 9 projects. We have led and facilitated small business workshop with more than 350 graduates. We have facilitated, sponsored, and led homebuyer club graduates, where we graduated the most recent class last night in this facility of over 650 Riviera Beach residents. We've led at least 31 cleanups. We've painted at least 25 homes throughout Riviera Beach. We've assisted with rehab applications for more than 22 households in the city. And we've assisted with paint and sod 18 homes. The CDC has also sponsored 25 smart home applicants. That's some good work. There's more good work to be done. And I just want to talk about some of the opportunities that we have in front of us, including current projects where we're working with the CRA in the city to deliver affordable workforce housing for our residents. The Villas of Solana project is one that you'll hear about more so on the city side, which will bring 28 new townhomes with a price target starting at $275,000 of 2 and 3 bedrooms up to 1,400 square feet. This will be an ideal workforce project next to job centers and not too far from our own city hall, offering down payment assistance available for qualified buyers. We participate in a formative marketing strategy, and we have a very active and interested pipeline of buyers. These townhomes will be state-of-the-art with impact-resistant windows and doors, backyard patio and a balcony with very nice wood cabinetry, wired security system, and of course, energy-efficient appliances. And I think there's a slide that shows you the site plan and some of the renderings for Villas of Solana. And that project is making its way through our Development Services Department right now. And you're very familiar with Villa La Anse, our 11th Street townhouse project, where we received site plan approval, and we're waiting for the last approval from the city in the next several weeks, where phase one will create 12 new beautiful townhomes for our workforce, for residents in Riviera Beach, offering to some down payment assistance. And we have an interested pipeline of more than 45 pre-qualified buyers. And you've seen those before, the beautiful renderings for Villa La'ans. A third project that is in the works is one with the Florida Housing Finance Corporation, where the CDC, along with community partners and HBR Development, were the top score for the Florida Housing Finance's pilot infill program, which we are implementing in the city of Riviera Beach, which will bring $1 million in construction financing with a goal to facilitate 15 infill homes on lots, primarily within the CRA. There are other smaller projects that we're working on, and we look forward to bringing more. I wanted to just talk a little bit about what a CHODO is, because there have been questions about that. A CHODO, Community Housing Development Organization, is a designation from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, where organizations meet a certain level of operation, efficiency, capacity, et cetera, to deliver housing in a local community. There are some very rigorous criteria to be certified, wherein the CDC has been certified by Palm Beach County, and we've maintained that certification as long as we've been in existence. But it allows the CDC to access specialized dollars that no one else can access. No other nonprofit, et cetera, can access those dollars. So we're very proud to be a certified community housing development organization. Our primary leadership, you saw Mr. Leonard stand up, is the chairperson. Mr. Malachi Knowles is the treasurer. I'm listed as the executive director. And I want to also mention that I do this glorious, fulfilling work for the full sum of $1 a year. And that $1 helps us to qualify as a CHODO. And Ms. Manoka Nugent is the project manager. We operate with regular board meetings on the first Thursday of the month at 5:30. And during COVID, we operated in a virtual format. And we're just going back to hybrid meetings, but we also have various committees, standing committees that carry on the good work of the organization. So fully embracing the mission of revitalizing places and transforming lives, I'm just very thankful for the opportunity to work with the CRA and look forward to more work just fully developing and bringing all of the opportunities to our residents here in Riviera Beach. So I'll stop and see if there are any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. Colleagues?
I wanted to ask a question about, thank you, Chair, a
Councilman.
question about the Villa Solange project. I know that that was funded in 2020, and some of the other entities that were funded at the same time I don't know if they finished their project, but I know Habitat had did something out, and Pahokee with the funding. What is the timeline for this project? Because you do have another project that is online with the Villa Aunts. So what is the timeline for this particular project? Because this really is the first time, maybe I've seen it before, but I'm not really sure. I thought that this was a project, I don't know if I thought it was done, but tell me about that project and where it is.
It's at 3201 Avenue J. There are two parcels. You may be familiar with the site where there were 4 townhomes that were started about 10, 12 years ago by another developer. And when the market crashed, they could not finish the project. It had received site approval from the city and actually had a revised site plan that allowed for very much increased density. So the project sat there, but those 4 units were rented out. When the CDC acquired it a few years ago, we started on a development plan, et cetera. And we're now at the point where we've submitted our site plan for approval through Development Services, and we've been making our way through the city's department's process. So fingers crossed that it will be placed before the Planning and Zoning Committee at their next meeting. But the development team has been diligently working. We almost have our construction drawings finished. We're in underwriting with our construction lender, et cetera, and it is moving along. So as soon as we get through the city's process, we'll be able to move. We've already submitted for permit approval, so waiting on the city's process for the permit approval, and we expect to break ground before the end of the year with that project.
So what is the timeline for that? When are you looking to get started with
sorry?
construction? What is the timeline? When are you gonna get started with construction, and when are you looking for completion?
If we break ground before the end of the year, at the end of the year, it'll take about 18 to 24 months.
This year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then also I had wanted to ask a question about the Chodo. Now, according to the regulations, sometimes, I mean, not sometimes, but they say that the Chodo has to be staffed by an independent staff, and that a consultant has to come in and train that staff so that they can remain some type of arm's length or independence of the CRA. So I'm just trying to figure out, how does that work with you and Minoka? Who pays for them, and is that through the CDC or is that through the CRA?
It's paid, the $1 is paid through the CDC. What the regulations say is that there must be paid staff, and it says that government cannot control the Chodo so that it is independent from government. So that's where, when I explained the board makeup about the 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, we made sure that the numbers would be balanced.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because I know that the statutes say that it has to be an independent arm's length entity within the CRA, so that there was no conflict in terms of the staff working for both entities.
It doesn't reference, ma'am, it doesn't reference the CRA, it references government control, whether it's municipal,
Right.
state, or county.
Exactly.
So that if you have more than, or you have more than the 1/3 in terms of leadership of the organization, that qualifies it as a Chodo. And we
Right, so
go
that-
through a rigorous process.
Right, that's where I keep getting confused, because if you're a staff of the CRA and there should be no government interference or entity with the CDC, I'm trying to figure out how is that possible?
I think my mic just, oh, it's back. The CRA is not controlling the CDC. It's a separate 501c3 nonprofit organization with an independent board.
Right, but we had this conversation before about the staffing of the CDC, and that should not be included with staff from the CRA, and you are staff from the CRA.
And as I explained, I am also the executive director, and to make sure that it qualifies, the CDC pays me $1 a year. We also have other consultants who work for, and you could hire a consultant to provide staff. And we have other consultants who provide services to the CDC. So we qualify.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because that was one of the statements, or one of the convolution that I could not get right in my mind about the Chodo's regulations and how it was staffed at the city. Because I know that in other cities, it's a totally different staff from the CRA. And with it being 2 members of the CRA staff with the CDC, then that's kind of what made me think that maybe this was supposed to be something that is separate, which the guidelines does say it has to be separate. So,
And there's nothing that says the CRA cannot provide in-kind services to a nonprofit organization. That doesn't violate it. And there are certain qualifications for staffing, whether it's a consultant or full-time staff person, which the CDC does not have and cannot afford a full-time staff person, that they have to have a certain level of capacity. It's a question of capacity.
I'm just trying to make sure that this is correct in terms of CHODO requirements, given the fact that, you know, the CRA is funding these projects and staffing it at the CDC level. I mean, and we've had this conversation a number of times, and I still cannot get my mind around how the CRA is funding and staffing the CDC when it's supposed to be a entity that is not government controlled. You see what I mean?
Madam Chair.
Yes, we've had this
Chair.
conversation before. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I
Attorney.
think one distinction is that when Ms. Jenkins is serving as executive director of the CDC, she's not in a capacity as an employee of the CRA or the city. She's acting with a not-for-profit as she would act with any other not-for-profit within the city. So that's the distinction. It's not part of her job description with the CRA to be part of the CDC. She's acting as the executive director of the CDC as an independent person.
But as a CRA employee.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Even if she served on the board at her church, it's the same concept. She's serving as an independent
Same.
person.
It's not the same. You can't say that because that is the CDC is a part of, in a sense, the CRA. The CRA funds $300,000 to this organization every year, in addition to other funding sources. So the purpose of the CHODO was to make sure that the staff that was over, if you will, the CDC was not a part of any government entity. And that's where I'm having the disconnect in terms of how this is set up at the city. But we will keep pushing forward in terms of how this is defined, because this has always been a sticking point for me.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead, Director Evans.
Ms. Jenkins, are you aware of any other situation whereby in the CRA CDC space where other entities have similar arrangements such as the one that we have here? And if so, can you communicate those? And if not, staff will do some additional research to find out how those other entities have said program established to ensure that, you know, we're in compliance and following what industry standards and norms are. But
I can give
Before you go, Ms. Jenkins, I just want the record to reflect Mayor Ronnie Felder's on the dais. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Jenkins.
I was just going to say, we will bring back some research for you, but the best example of employees of a department working to establish a nonprofit is with the Palm Beach County Land Trust. Palm Beach County Housing and Community Development actually created that organization, staffed it, and provided the initial funding and continues to provide staffing and project support. And the organization now has, they've grown where they have separate staff, but the executive director who's there was an employee of Palm Beach County. So that comes to mind, and they are a CHODO.
Right, and that's.
Hold on one second. Also, let the record reflect Attorney Chris Smith is on the dais as well. Thank you. Go ahead, Councilwoman Lanier.
Yeah, it was a part of it, but there is no such other arrangement in the county that has that. And if the CDC is getting $300,000 in funding, why can't they have their own staff? I digress. We will continue to have this conversation because this has always been kind of hard for me to understand and kind of pull apart these. Actually, it's three different, and it has nothing to do with it, but there's actually three different entities: the CDC, the CRA, and the CDE, and they always kind of confuse me in a sense of how the separate entities are supposed to work together in a sense, but apart. But we'll go ahead. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Evans, if we can, just come back with some information for Councilwoman Pro Tem Planier in reference to outside employment arrangements, other CRA, CDC arrangements, and just to give some insight so that we're completely in compliance. Thank you, Director Evans. Is that everything, Ms.
Yes,
Jenkins?
sir.
Any other questions, concerns from the board? Councilman McCoy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Jenkins, I was looking at the articles, the original articles. Were these amended at some point, the articles and the bylaws?
The bylaws have been amended once or twice, but I don't believe the articles have ever been amended. If you're looking at Sunbiz, it would show if the articles have been amended and restated. I
Okay.
don't believe they have.
So apparently it reads, the primary purpose of this corporation is to operate within the redevelopment area of Riviera Beach as established by the City of Riviera Beach City Council, quotation marks, redevelopment area. So you said that this is authorized to operate throughout the entire city. And my question is, when did that change?
It did, if, I don't have the articles in front of me, but the full mission also talks about providing various community development activities to the city as a whole, to residents within the city. And the bylaws talk, they originally defined a target area that included the CDBG area for the city. So there have been some refinements in terms of where the CDC works.
Okay.
So I'd have to pull up the original articles and look at it.
Okay, so obviously I don't see what you're talking about in these articles, so maybe they're somewhere else. But how was the executive director appointed?
How is the executive director was hired by the board or appointed by the board?
Okay, so not a direct appointment from the president?
From the president,
Of the CDC, that's what we're speaking of. The president doesn't appoint the executive director?
no.
Okay. And was that always the case?
I've been the only person that's been there.
And that's because you were elected by the board or appointed by the president?
There was a process, as I recall. I worked for the CRA, and when the CDC, I'm trying to recall the first board meeting, there was a process to hire an executive director and to accept the executive director myself.
Okay, all righty. It just is a little uncertain or unclear because, you know, it says in here, I guess about page 5 or so of the articles, that when they spoke of these original members, Tony Brown, Amon Israel, Carlos Videra, Ezra Safo, Izard Moore, and Jode Guala were all appointed by Riviera Beach CRA. So, you know, that's why I was kind of curious, and I don't see your name listed here. So I was trying to find out, when did that occur, or when did the executive director position become, you know, a part of this? Not only that, but the original articles also calls out that the commissioners of the CRA have an appointment. So that may add to some of this confusion about control. I mean, more or less, I would argue to the point that she brought up, Commissioner Lanier, that there is inevitably, right, or indirectly, some control that's asserted. I mean, if I have an appointee that I guess I have the authority to appoint and remove, more or less, I mean, a third of that board is controlled by, you know, agents of the government, which I believe we would be in that perspective. Now, you don't have to respond to that, but I want to certainly ask this question. Why did this come up today? Like, why is this CDC presentation here today? Ms. Jenkins?
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Director Evans.
if I may, this item came up as part of a discussion that the board had some time ago. And so it has been one of those items that we are bringing for informational purposes to explain what the CDC does and its responsibilities.
Follow up.
Go ahead, Council Chairman.
Thank,
Go ahead, Commissioner McCoy.
thank you. That's how I remembered it, Mr. Evans. In fact, that same conversation, I wanted to find out when we asked for some sort of information about the CDC. That was quite a while ago. So I guess we finally got around to it maybe a year later, which I don't understand. But to that point, Ms. Jenkins, where is the agreement that sets forth these $300,000 that's granted to the CDC, in our annual budget?
Let me respond to the first part. There's been several requests for inquiries about the CDC, and I have provided those. And the most recent one today, and several weeks ago, and over the last year, I provided information, background, the agreement, budgets, CHOTO information, documentation, accomplishments, and that has been provided, and I believe it's been shared or forwarded to board members.
Okay. And that may be the case, but if you don't mind, can you make sure that we get forwarded it again? Because I mean, here we are, right? If we asked for that information a year ago, we get a presentation now, but the information may have come, God knows when that was, but it certainly was not in this calendar year. So I would respectfully ask if you could provide that to us again, Ms. Jenkins or Mr. Evans.
Dr. Evans.
We can certainly provide that information again.
Thank you.
Commissioner McCoy. Any other comments from the board? Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. Madam Clerk, 5B.
Reclaim and Renaissance Program update. The acceptance of public comment cards are now closed. Mr. Chair, we have one public comment card.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Evans.
Mr. Chair and members of the board, if I can have the Director of Neighborhood Services, Ms. Anita Jenkins, to make this presentation.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Anita Jenkins, Director of Neighborhood Services. And as promised, I wanted to come and provide this month an update for the Reclaim and the Renaissance program. As you know, the agency expanded its housing programs in collaboration with the city to provide coverage to residents throughout the community redevelopment agency, as well as the entire city. And that was done through an interlocal agreement and amended by resolution over the last several months. The Neighborhood Reclaim Program provides funding through the Riviera Beach CRA to eligible single-family homeowners to make exterior and limited interior improvements to their property. These improvements can include fence replacement, painting, irrigation, landscaping, weatherization, roof repair, driveway repair, and other minor exterior repairs, as well as limited interior repairs for bathrooms, kitchens, ramps to improve identified key homes within the city. And these are generally homes that are there, have problems that need correction for health, safety, and code violations. The Riviera Beach Renaissance Program provides down payment and housing rehabilitation assistance to first-time homebuyers purchasing single-family homes within the city. And as part of this program as well, home buyers can make exterior and interior improvements to their home. And there are some similar types of eligible improvements, including painting, kitchens, bathrooms, plumbing, weatherization, etc. Applicants are selecting on a first-come, first-ready, first-served basis. As part of the Riviera Beach Renaissance Program, the CRA can also acquire derelict properties and vacant land for demolition and reconstruction for development of new construction homes for purchase for first-time home buyers. And under this program, if a buyer is not a first-time home buyer, they must live in this home as a primary residence. To give you a program update, the city's program allows assistance up to $50,000. And the CRA's program was recently amended to allow assistance up to $50,000 so that the guidelines match. Both of the programs allow for funds to cover exterior repairs and limited interior repairs. The Renaissance and Reclaim program opened on January 3rd, 2023. Because of the overwhelming demand, we had to suspend the program within 2 to 3 days of opening because we received over 100 applications. Once additional funding is identified and allocated in the future, we hope to serve additional families. And just to recap, under the Renaissance program, out of the 112 applications, 87 of them are outside of the CRA but within the city of Riviera Beach. 8 of them are within the CRA, 17 are unknown because these are homebuyer applicants who have not yet identified a property. Under the Reclaim program, there are 15 files that have been identified for inspection with a potential cost of $50,000 each, totaling $750,000. Under the Renaissance program to date, we've closed 1 file with $50,000 dispersed. We have 3 files in closing, which is another $150,000 committed. And we have 4 files in final underwriting with $200,000 committed for those home buyers. We have held several meetings with Palm Beach County Department of Community Services, and after the Memorial Weekend, we will be announcing a meeting here in our city where we're inviting 58 of our owners that we believe are potentially eligible for the county's air conditioning repair and replacement program. Staff has agreed to come on site and upload those applications here at the city rather than have our residents submit their paperwork in West Palm or attempt to upload them from home. We have identified 2 inspectors who are going through review, ready to be assigned the first 15 files. And as of this afternoon, the first 2 files have been assigned. And just to recap, for these programs from the CRA, we had allocated $375,000. And for the Reclaim Renaissance program, on the city side, $500,000 has been allocated. So I'll stop there and see if there are any questions, but we will continue to bring you regular updates on the status of the program.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. Madam Clerk, we have public comment.
Public comment, JB Dixon.
JB Dixon, Singer Island in Riviera Beach. In my former profession before I retired, there was a saying that it is easier to be a critic than a creator. And perhaps many of you in various meetings and committees and jobs that you have had have noticed that the majority of critics have a really good time criticizing everyone else's program, and they have no programs of their own. They have no ideas usually of their own. Not every critic, obviously, but the huge majority of them never had an original idea, usually don't work very hard. So what other role can they do other than criticize yours? I want Ms. Jenkins to know that I have sometimes been a critic of a very small program among the many, many, many programs that she has under her. And as you may know, I am somewhat forceful in my opinions, and I probably am a thorn in her side. But I have enormous, enormous admiration for Anita Jenkins. And I think she deserves an enormous amount of praise from the city. She's probably, from my outside view, one of the great treasures of this city. As you also know, usually when you have a good employee, unfortunately, you keep dumping more and more things on the good employee because it's easier than getting rid of the dead wood and not as dangerous. So when I look at the programs that she has under her and the success of those programs and her ability to come here and get into enormous detail on each of them, she is something that every employee in the city of Riviera Beach should try to model themselves after. I think that we have, as I said, a treasure here, and I wanted you to know that that's what I think of you too, Anita. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Dixon. Commissioners, any other comments?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Commissioner McCoy, go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Jenkins, this program that you're speaking of, the Reclaim and Renaissance, are any of these eligibilities based on income?
There are, within the Renaissance program, it has a maximum of 120% AMI. But in working with affordable and workforce housing, because government dollars are so precious, we try to provide only what is needed, not to overfund projects. So to the extent that someone may not need $50,000, we don't automatically give $50,000. But a caveat to that statement, interest rates are higher than they've been in 10 years. Prices are higher than we have ever seen. Incomes in our city and in our county have not proportionally risen, and it is becoming increasingly more difficult to create homeownership among our low and moderate residents. And I'm giving this long answer to explain to the public so people understand why and how we do what we do. I was just on a call with other nonprofit housing developers this afternoon. One organization said that they no longer even consider applicants who are less than 120% of AMI. That means that a great swath of our workforce will never be able to acquire a home. And my passion every day in getting up is trying to do my darndest to find every possible way I can to create that opportunity for someone to have homeownership, because that's the way we're going to stabilize and hold on to this community. So a long answer, but an impassioned reply.
Mr. Chair. So what's your answer? Because, I mean, you said a whole lot.
I said,
right?
sent.
Okay,
I said that up front.
Okay, and what about Reclaim?
Reclaim does not have an income limit, but the guidelines do say that our primary focus will be on the elderly, disabled, and those who are most needy. So when you look at that, you try to make sure that you're helping those who need it the most. So that may mean that if we did have some applicants who were over 150% of AMI. And we had quite a few who were at 40, 50, 60% of AMI. So the guidelines allow us to weigh that. Everybody, of course, would take free money if they could get it.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner, go ahead.
So thank you, Ms. Jenkins. So Renaissance, yes. Reclaim, no.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you being thorough. So who sets that 120% AMI?
You did.
Okay. Was that a part of the resolution that when we
Yes,
authorized
sir.
this?
It was part of the guidelines that you all approved.
And that AMI is adjusted annually?
Yes, sir.
By whom? Is that HUD?
HUD sets the standard that everybody else develops their income charts from. All certified income charts are based on HUD guidelines that are set annually. Yes, sir.
Okay, 120% of the AMI, which I don't believe has changed from last year to this one, is how much?
I don't have it in front of me. Maybe Manoka will whisper it to me, but it's 90,000 and change. I'm sorry, AMI is 90,000 and change. So 120% will be, what is that, 16, about $106,000 for a family of four, because the AMI guidelines are adjusted for family size. So it's hard to give a precise answer.
Okay, that was my next question, was it based on a certain household size? Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Pro Temp Lanier?
I just wanted to quickly ask about the process. Now, I know that a lot of people came in asking, excuse me, asking for that money. And I found out that it was a lot more detailed than I originally thought. But tell me what goes into the process. A person, I know that money went so quickly, but a person submits an application. You say, okay, we can help you do something. What happens from that point?
Give me a minute. I actually brought the process chart with me. Just give me 1 minute, please.
Sure. I'm asking that question because I'm always thinking about timeliness. And a lot of times, people come in to either buy a house or property or rehab, and it seems like it takes a long time to get to the finish line. So I was just really trying to figure out what goes into helping someone with rehab from start to finish. But we can come back to that, Chair.
No, I'm not finding, perhaps I left my paper over there, but let me just broadly describe the process. There is an intake process. There's a long list of documents, just as anybody else who's applying for a mortgage or applying for a second mortgage for their home. There's a list.
So I'm sorry, so that it is a second mortgage?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
There's a long list of documents that have to be provided. Not everybody brings everything that they need. Sometimes we have to circle back around, send them a letter, call them, email them to ask them to complete their file. There are questions sometimes about the income or the families. We've had people who you're supposed to submit documents for everybody in the household. Sometimes people just submit it for one person. So after we have a complete file, then the file is reviewed. And because we have so many of them, it will take some weeks to get through all of that paperwork. Once we have a cleared file, the person will receive a letter that says that you are conditionally approved for this program up to this amount. And then let's say we have enough money in the coffers to move ahead. Once they're approved for the program, then the case should be assigned to an inspector who has 4 to 7 days to go out and inspect the house. They'll have about a week to do a work write-up and a scope. The scope is released to contractors to return a bid within 21 days. Once the bid comes back and is evaluated, and we do those pretty quickly, there's a notice of award to the homeowner and to the contractor. The homeowner has to come in and we go through a quote closing. They have to sign documents, the second mortgage document, the restrictive covenant, the grant agreement, etc. Once all that's done and the home buyer signs the contract with the contractor, then the contractor receives a notice to proceed. They have to expeditiously apply for a permit. That may take however long it takes with the city for a permit. Once a permit is issued, they have a total of 6 months, depending upon the scope of work, to finish the rehab. So it's a lengthy process. It is a lengthy process, but I'm proud to say it is a properly documented, well-vetted process that protects the CRA in the city and the homeowner.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner Botel.
Thank you. I just want to take a minute to echo the comments of the previous public comment speaker to say that I don't think that there is a greater champion for housing than Anita Jenkins, not only in our city, but perhaps even in the county. So thank you, Ms. Jenkins, for the work that you do. Thank you for your hard work, passion, and dedication for finding homes for people in our city. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner Botel. Ms. Jenkins, thank you so much for your presentation. Excellent. And as we all echo the sentiments. So thank you for your work that you're doing. Thank you. Madam Clerk, 6A.
Update on Marina Village
Mr. Chair,
negotiate.
before she does that, I wanted to see if we could bring over the other two items related to the marina, to have it all heard at once. That'd be 7D and 7E.
Commissioner, which items? 7D?
And 7E, and bring that up to have that discussion to take place at the same time. So,
Those would be the ground lease terms?
yes, sir.
Before discussion of ADP, do we have any concern from the commissioners?
Well, Mr. Chair, the reason I asked that is because it seemingly we would start a discussion, then lay it back down, and then pick it up last. It just makes more sense that we can be able to ask questions and bring up both the retail element as well as 7 and 8.
Commissioner, I agree. Mr. Scott Evans, I believe I requested that during our agenda review to move those items up.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead, Director Evans.
With respect to that request, we thought it was only appropriate to do it at the meeting because the agenda had already been posted, as opposed to pull it down and reorganize it, because I know some of the board members get the packet electronically. So that's why we waited for this particular moment to be able to do it versus modifying the agenda and pulling it down.
Perfect. Yeah, I just want to make sure that we get that done. So thank you, Mr. Evans. I agree. Colleagues, are we okay with moving those items up?
Yes.
Thank you. So we're going to go into item 7D. We're going to skip 6A. We're going to start with 7D and 7E.
Okay.
Wait. Why are we skipping
Turn-
6A?
I'm sorry?
Why are we skipping 6A?
For the order, that Commissioner McCoy stated that to start the discussion before going into the portion of an update on the rest of the phase, to go forward with the execution or agreements of the ground lease terms for 7 and 8, because the rest of the project presentation is going to be the other items of the phase.
So do we need a motion to reorder the agenda?
Attorney Smith, do we need a motion to reorder it? Or can we just move 7D and E?
Yep, you have to do a motion to
Do a motion?
reorder it.
Do we have a motion, Commissioner?
So moved.
Thank you. Discussion? Madam Clerk? We're going to be, the motion was to move items 7D, 7E
First, okay,
first before 6A. And we'll go into those next.
okay. Commissioner Botel?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, 7D.
Resolution number 2023-10, a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Revere Beach Community Redevelopment Agency expressing support for the ground lease agreement between Gallery at Marina Village LLC as formed by RUDG LLC and Tesrol Partners LLC and the Revere Beach Community Redevelopment Agency, and the terms and recommendations contained within. The acceptance of public comment cards are now closed. Mr. Chair, we have 3 public comment cards.
Motion to approve resolution number 2023-10.
Second,
Thank you. Motion's made properly second.
Mr. Chair.
Director, go ahead.
So just in the
Commissioner
spirit
McCoy?
of us moving things forward, can we kind of hang on to public comments up until the last moment on these items? In the event that somebody who hasn't intends to speak on this?
Sorry, you want to move public comment to,
No, open.
keep public up for these items?
Up until until you close it. You know, usually we would close it at the beginning, but since we
So you
moved
want
it
to keep it open until the discussion presentation is over?
until we actually go into public comments.
We can do that. Commissioners, are we okay with that? To keep public comments open?
Mr. Chair, and again, that's only up until they finish their presentation.
Correct.
Thank you.
If we have no disagreement, commissioners? No? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Mr. Chair and members of the board, at this time, if I can have the Director of Planning and Development, Mr. Scott Evans, to make this presentation.
Mr. Evans?
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the CRA Board and Mr. Mayor. Tonight is an exciting night. We have been working towards bringing the 99-year lease agreements for the Element 7 and Element 8 of elements of our Marina Village project. And with us tonight, in support of this action, we have our attorneys, which is Bryant Miller Olive, represented by Jolinda Herring, and she'll be here to help with any board questions on the lease agreements. We also have the development firm, Mr. Tony Talbozo from, I'm sorry if I mispronounced that, from the Related Group, as well as Tony Brown and Ezra Saffold from Tesral. And Mr. Del Pozo has a presentation for the board. Also with me, right beside me, is Mr. Nick Finelli, and he's with Jones, Lang, and LaSalle, who is our public-private partnership consultants. And Mr. Finelli has a presentation for the board in advance of the developer's presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Evans.
Good evening, Mr.
Welcome,
Chair,
Nick. Thank you.
members of the board, Mr. Mayor. It's a pleasure to see you all tonight, and I'd like to echo Mr. Evans. It's very exciting. We've put a lot of hard work and effort from both staff, legal team, our team, as well as the development team, into getting these agreements to a place where we can bring them in front of you tonight. So we're very excited about the opportunity, and with that, I'll move into my presentation. It's not working. There we go. Taking us through the timeline, I think we can move forward here. Obviously we came on board with an analysis of the initial proposals. We've gone back and forth, changing both the densities and intensities of the Marina Village project to what we have now before you today is our agreements for two buildings. One, a market rate high-rise building, over 400 units, 25 stories tall, and a second building, about 138 units of affordable housing within an 8-story high-rise. We were last here in March and gave a quick update on negotiations, and we're excited today to bring you the ground leases. Quick look at the master plan. The elements haven't changed. What you'll notice here is that we have elements 7 and 8, which we're talking about tonight, at the lower left-hand side of the chart here. Again, element 7 being the 400-plus unit market rate building next to and adjacent to private parking and garage. To the south of that is element 8, which will be the 8-story affordable housing project. A quick note on both of these ground leases. When we presented back in January, which is when we had the letters of intent or term sheets approved by the CRA board, we brought forth specific business terms that we had negotiated as part of those term sheets. None of those business terms have changed since we came to you in January and those LOIs were approved. I just want to make sure that that's clear. As we talk about element 7 and get into the specifics of the ground lease, a couple things that we want to highlight. And really this comes in chronological order from event as it's related to the ground lease. Effective date, should the board approve the ground leases tonight, obviously the board chair will go in and execute the agreements, making them effective. That will then spur on the due diligence period, where the development team is going to have 60 days to do some, and this is typical in the commercial real estate world, to do due diligence around geotechnical investigation, environmental investigation. You'll probably see some activity out on the site as it relates to that. Concurrently, that will also trigger a financing period for the development team to go out and procure their financing for the project, both debt and equity. And at execution, the development team will put up a security deposit of $200,000. Now that $200,000 is going hard, or as we say, that's the term we use in our business. But for that to actually come out of escrow, there are a couple things that'll have to happen. And we've listed those here. Really, the end of the due diligence, making sure that there's nothing wrong with the site itself. The project will have to go through the entitlements process, which will also run concurrent with the financing and due diligence periods. And we'll have to work through the permit and impact fees. As soon as all that happens, and the project obtains financing, the ground leases will then commence, which is, you'll see in the agreement, the commencement date. That triggers a completion timeline where in the agreement, the development team will have 30 months to finish the construction of the project. And we've built in a 6-month extension in the event that they're working and progressing well, but need a little bit of time on the back end. Obviously, the agreement expires in 99 years. A couple protections that really go both ways, and I'll highlight a couple things that are important to note for the city, which I'm glad are in the agreement. But a couple things to note: we do have default language from both the development side as well as the landlord side. Really, from the development team, it's going to be failure to pay rent, failure to keep their insurance. We have pretty extensive insurance requirements built within the ground lease. Failure to commence construction by the commencement deadline, or failure to complete construction by the end of the construction timeline. The landlord does also have default rights. Some of those include the breach of any lease provisions and failure to cure those breaches within a 30-day timeline. We've also, and you'll see this at the bottom, we've built in what we call step-in rights, where if the development team defaults with its lender, we may have the ability as the CRA to step in and actually bring the project to completion. This slide speaks to the financial terms. None of these have changed again since January. We have our fixed ground rent for a period of 15 years. That fixed ground rent is $75,000, escalating 2% annually, with a variable ground rent beginning in year 16, and that ground rent will be 1% of effective gross rent of the building on an annual basis. We mentioned earlier the security deposit of $200,000. We also have a capital event participation of a 0.5% of any gross sale proceeds paid in the event the vertical improvements are sold or assigned. We've talked through extensively, but wanted to bring it up again, our increment contribution through the end of 2029, or the sunset of the CRA, and a revenue share. So in the event that the building exceeds certain performance thresholds during the increment contribution period, the CRA has an opportunity to realize additional rents based on those exceedingly exceptional performance rents. I'm going to move on to element 8, just to keep within the flow of the presentation, and we can always come back to that as we talk about that resolution specifically. But again, going through similarly to element 7, and you'll see quite a bit of overlap between the two agreements. Again, we have the idea of an effective date, which would happen soon after approval, and then 90-day due diligence period followed by a 24-month financing period. And we'll get more into the financing period in a minute. There are conditions to achieving the commencement date here within this ground lease. One of those includes final approval of a project conceptual plan for the entire site. Another is the CRA, which we've already agreed to, but the CRA coming up with a local match and additional CRA financial assistance. The total of that is $1.5 million, $600,000 of that to the local match. Again, this is an item we discussed during the letter of intent phase. And finally, the development of a community benefits plan that will have to be put into place for both element 8, but really we're looking at the broader project as a whole. One thing I do want to highlight in terms of the local financial commitments, as you'll see here on the slide. We have given the development team, and again, this was in the letter of intent that we agreed to, the opportunity for two shots to apply for low-income housing tax credit allocations from Florida Housing. So that's really the reason for the 24-month financing period, is to give them two opportunities to go in and secure those LIHTC commitments. Another thing to note that we did work through as part of the ground lease negotiations, in the event the development team is able to secure additional gap financing, whether it's from Palm Beach County or another entity, perhaps a nonprofit entity, that would reduce the amount of subsidy required outside of the local match. So any dollars that the development team is able to secure, I'm going to use Palm Beach County as an example, that would again reduce that balance of the subsidy. Couple other things to work through. The termination period, again, similar to 7. We do have termination rights in the event of a developer default or a landlord default. Again, very similar to 7 in that the developer defaults include failure to pay rent, failure to maintain their insurance, failure to start construction in a timely manner within the confines of the lease, failure to complete construction within the confines of the lease. And similarly to 7, the landlord default and breach of provisions that cannot be cured within 30 days. And we also built in the same step-in rights and lender rights as in 7. The next slide, we're going to focus a little bit on the business terms, which again haven't changed since the term sheet or letter of intent. We do have our $1 a year ground rent. Obviously, this is going to be a highly subsidized, affordable housing project. We spoke about the $600,000 local match. We also talked about the $900,000 gap financing, which again could be reduced in the event additional gap financing is secured by the development team. We are going to have a 100% tax increment contribution through the sunset of the CRA. What I really want to focus in on is the number of affordable housing units and the AMI levels. We're talking about 40 units set aside for folks at 80% of AMI, another 67 units set aside for folks at 60% of AMI, and finally 30 units set aside for folks at 30% of AMI. So what this is really doing is giving people from all walks of life within the community an opportunity to live at the new Marina Village, full build-out project. Very quickly on recommendations and next steps, and then I know the development team has a presentation that they're going to take us through. JLL and the CRA staff recommend that the board approve the ground lease, both 7 and 8 that are before you tonight, for a couple reasons. Really, what I highlighted around the affordable housing opportunities, I do want to bring that to the forefront. Also, the activation of Marina Village. This is really going to be the first project to go. I'll let Tony in a minute talk about his exciting new project, but in a I think a perfect world blue sky schedule, we could be looking at shovels in the ground at the end of next year, which I think would be a tremendous achievement for everybody here in this room. We're also talking about significant ground rent in years 16 through 45 16 through 99 of the term, in addition to tax revenues. And really, this is a huge step for the city, for the CRA. And in terms of next steps, we hope that you as the board will approve these ground leases. Those ground leases will then get executed. The development team will go right into their due diligence period. They'll begin advancing design of the buildings, and we hope to bring some updates with building designs to you here in the next coming months. So thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Finelli. Thank you so much for flying down and being here with us in person. Commissioners, we have another presentation from Mr. Tony Brown, follow-up as well, and we have public comments. But we did get a lot of information to unpack. Do we want to take some questions now, or do we want to wait till both presentations? Okay. Mr. Tony Brown?
That's not it.
Good evening, everyone. Tony Del Pozo, I'm with the Related Group. I've been working with Tony Brown and Tezrol and along with Nick and his team for some time on this deal, so we're pretty excited to get it to this point. One of the things I wanted to do was just go through the physical elements of the project that we're planning on building here, mainly focusing on element 7, which is a little bit further along in the design process. So moving right along, some of you here may be familiar with our icon Marina Village project in West Palm, a little bit down the road on Flagler. These are the interior shots of the lobby, a typical unit, as well as in the upper right-hand corner, what the structures look like. A little night shot of the structures. If you see, it's actually very similar to what we're proposing on this project, which is 2 towers, 20 stories apiece, as well as a parking garage in the back. This is, you've seen this already. This is the overall master plan. And what you'll see is, if you look at element 7, the 2 towers in blue, the parking garage is directly behind it. And then we added 8,000 square feet of retail along Broadway, which we think will really activate that area. And then moving down to element 8, you'll see that we have the affordable and workforce building. One of the things that we're really excited about is by having both the market rate and the workforce and affordable components, we are not only bringing a lot of economic stimulation to the neighborhood, but we're also making these units available to the local community, which we think is really important. And those of you who know the Related Group, we do every project from the most affordable to the highest end condo and everything in between. We're very big on community impact, and we're very excited to bring this project to you. So just some of the key statistics of the market rate component. It's going to be 424 units. It's got 517 space parking garage. As I mentioned, 8,000 square feet of retail. The towers will be 20 stories apiece. This is this is the ground floor plan, which you'll see it is fully amenitized, including the retail on the west side and the lower level of the parking deck in the middle. This is a typical floor plate with the units going up to the 20th story, and the parking garage is 7 stories, so it'll cut off at that level. Just a rendering of what the towers will look like once they're constructed on the site. And that's really all I have at this point. We do not have the elevations designed yet for element 8, but we're excited to present those in short order, so that way we can wrap up our lease and move forward to try to get some funding to kick that project off as well.
Thank you for your presentation, Tony. We appreciate you being here tonight as well, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, public comments?
May I add, I've seen all of you on the casts over the last year or so. I feel like I know all of you.
Thank you for being here as well. We appreciate it. Thank you, Tony. Madam Clerk?
One card has been removed. I only have 2 public comment cards. Greg Maury, followed by JB Dixon.
So we'll go ahead and take public comment, and then we'll come back to you guys. Thank you, guys. Greg?
Hey, Mr. Chair, my comments are quick.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize,
That's
Tony.
okay.
I didn't realize you had
I don't know if
time.
Tony mentioned that the garage, that there's retail fronting the garage on Broadway. About 13,000 square feet of retail has also been programmed on element 7. I just want to say thank you. Thanks to the board. I think you set a high standard for us to achieve in setting the direction for us to bring a project that was financially beneficial to the city. I commend your staff, your consultants, the attorneys for making sure that they didn't leave not $1 on the table to ensure that not only in the beginning, but on the backside, and if this project is flipped, that there was a financial opportunity to the city. We kept hearing that this deal had to be better than Ocean Mall, and we hope that you feel that it is. I want to thank my partners in this endeavor. You're going to hear shortly from Von Irons, who has the waterfront development and the retail. Tezra, my other partner on the other half, is Ezra Saffold, and this has been a labor of love for both he and I. Our love and our commitment to this city is strong and it's enduring. And we just want to say thank you for your trust in us. And the next step is we have to get the financing commitment, then we need to meet the construction commitment, and then you'll see a wonderful gateway into this city. You come over the bridge from West Palm, your visitors, your residents will say, wow, and we're looking forward to creating that for you. And again, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown, for your comments. Madam Clerk?
Greg Morey, followed by JB Dixon.
Welcome to the podium, Greg. You have 3
I
minutes.
want to
Thank
say
you.
good evening, councilors and managers and everybody. Can I take a moment and ask your clerk to pass out some information about me and my family? My family incorporated the city in 1922 on 21st Street. And let me just,
If right behind you, the ambassador right behind you will give it to you. There you go.
can you pass them out?
And then you can finish your comments, sir.
So I grew up on 21st Street, 117 21st Street in Riviera Beach, Florida. It's a historical house. That house was historically by the Historical Society. And so that's where I grew up, and I moved up into Boston. I think my time is 2 minutes and 10 seconds now. I just got here. All right, well, anyhow, I need to explain this stuff. This is Conktown, USA. I have a coverhead letter written right here on, and I've been working with Carlos Videra and Wayne Heisinger of the Miami Dolphins there. He said he was going to build a historical house on my property. I mean, a historical house. He owns a property right behind this, right behind the marina here. And he said it for the last 10 years, we've been talking about a historical house. That's all historical stuff. Mayor Masterson, that was the mayor way back at that time, he made sure that that it was in the city magazine here. See, I see the city magazine and I made copies of it, this right here. Mayor Masterson made sure that it was in that. So this is 10 years old. Mayor Masterson put it in there. Wayne Heisinger said he was going to build a historical house for the last 10 years. Carlos Videra, I just finished speaking to him. I've been working with Scott Evans right here. And Scott Evans knows I've been speaking about it for 10 years in a row. We moved up to Cambridge, Massachusetts. I live at Harvard University. And they're going to make me into a city official in Cambridge, Massachusetts. So that's my, we have a coverhead letter right here. That's my property, 21st Street and Avenue C, those 2 house lots. They promised me $1,500,000. They gave me $1 million. That's Wayne Heisinger bought
Mr.
my
Gregg,
dad's house.
I'm letting you complete your comments, but we are talking about the item, which is going to be the ground lease for the marina.
Yeah,
And I know that your property is in the marina, so I'm going to go ahead and let you finish at the 27 seconds. And since you are in that area, but we are talking about the ground leases. When we do actual
No, I'm
general
on the
public
subject
comments,
right now.
when we do general public comments, you can, of course, go a little bit more in depth.
All right, well,
Continue.
we have all-
Walter, take him back to 27 seconds, please. Go ahead, Mr. Gregg. Go ahead, Mr. Gregg.
Is that it?
No. You got 20 more
All
seconds.
right.
Go ahead.
This is Conktown, USA. Florida Atlantic University, Palm Beach Atlantic University wrote this book. They wrote it, and by Charles Foster, about all the people in the city here. I just want to move along real quick. I have a coverhead letter. If you were to research what I just gave to you, you're going to know that's what it is.
And you could also
I just
speak
wanna
during
go
public
real
comments.
quick.
So
This is
thank you
all-
for your comments, Mr. Gregg. We have another public comment, general public comments, so you can go a little bit more in depth again, and you'll be able to
So you
present a
want me to
card for
come
another.
back here?
Yes, you can present a card again to speak again.
Not right now.
If you submit another card, you can come back.
I'm just trying to get, all right, so come back, is that what?
Please, just submit another card. Thank you, Mr. Gregg. Madam Clerk, any other public comment cards?
That is all.
Thank you. Commissioners? 7D? Commissioner McCoy, go ahead.
Yes, can we have perhaps Nick can answer this. I was wondering, I noticed in this ground lease, BH Group Miami LLC. I don't know exactly who that is or what their role is. They're cited in here a few times, but it doesn't exactly lay out what their role is in terms of the RUDG LLC in Tesral, but I don't really understand what BH Group Miami LLC's role, or if that's the actual management company or what. Can you help me out?
Yes, sir, I'm happy to answer that. The LLC in question is one of the parent companies of the actual holding LLC for the vertical improvements or the building itself.
So that would mean, okay, so we're bringing this as the city, I'm sorry, as the CRA, but this is going to be developed on city property. Is that my understanding, Mr. Scott Evans?
No, this property is, both of the properties from Element 7 and Element 8 are CRA property.
Okay, so
There is reference to the city council, of course, because eventually the CRA agency will go away. And at that time, the city would assume any of the responsibilities or commitments that this board makes.
okay, so the CRA is the landlord that's cited in here, and then, okay, so I guess the question is, will the city council need to vote on this agreement as well? Are there, because it doesn't seem that they're technically, the city of Riviera Beach is a party to it.
No, the city, well, I would allow our attorney to answer that. But I don't believe that, no, the city council is not required to vote on this since it's a CRA property.
Attorney Smith, go ahead.
Yeah. The city doesn't have to vote on this, but when the CRA goes away, the documentation that distinguishes the CRA will transfer everything over to the city automatically.
Okay. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner McCoy.
Oh, and I still want to know what BH, well, I guess you said that's the holding companies. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Go ahead.
I think Tony's got this one.
Once again, BH Group is a financial partner of ours. We've done quite a few deals with them. Isaac Toledano is their principal. So they're working together with us on bringing this project to fruition.
Thank you, Mr. Tony. Commissioner McCoy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Lanier?
Don't you have a public comment?
We already had it. It was just the one gentleman. Go
No,
ahead.
I was going
Commissioner.
to ask about the agreements going before the city. Don't they all go before the city in terms of redevelopment?
Sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
I was asking about the agreements coming before the city. I thought that all of the redevelopment agreements come before the city. No? Yes?
All redevelopment agreements come before the city was Pro Tem's question.
The ones on the marina land are just with the CRA, but I know there's other agreements that are going before the city.
So the master development, which is the entire project, comes before the city, but this doesn't?
No, ma'am.
And why is that?
Mr. Chair?
You know, go ahead.
Mr. Scott Evans, go ahead.
The property that is east of Avenue C, so that's, and so the Element 7 and Element 8 are owned by the city, by this board. So the Community Redevelopment Agency owns that property. The marina properties, which includes Element 4, Elements 1 through 3, Element 6, that property is owned by the city of Riviera Beach. So those agreements will need to go before both this board and eventually the city council, because the city council owns that property.
But I'm still not clear as to why these two agreements are not coming before the city, when the master agreement does. It's a part of the master agreement.
Yes, ma'am. The master agreement encompasses everything, including city-owned land and CRA-owned land. So that's why the city would have to be a part of it.
But it doesn't matter who owns it, it still comes before the city. Everything else has.
Not the agreements that are just owned by the CRA. The land that's only owned by the CRA comes before this board, but the master agreement encompasses this agreement and lands that are owned by the city. So that has to go to the city. But this is a specific one with land that's owned by the CRA.
Right, but
only.
it's in the city. So you're gonna have to give me a legal opinion on
Yes,
why
ma'am.
that's not the case, because that doesn't make any sense. That it is in the city of Riviera Beach. It's owned by the CRA, but all of the agreements have come before the city, even the master agreement, which is the entire project.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
And the CRA is a dependent district of the city, so I'm really not following this.
Executive Director Evans, go ahead.
So obviously, this board has some authorities that are provided for in statute, and you do have the ability to enter into agreements that bind the CRA. There is, in these particular cases, like Mr. Evans spoke of, there is not a situation that requires action from the city. In those situations where there is a joint effort or a joint initiative, then it does require. So, for instance, when the item eventually gets to you concerning 2600 Broadway, that would be an item that would ultimately come before the CRA board for the disposition of that particular property, but it would not require a situation where you would need to get the city's authorization to proceed. Now, realize that you still, as the city council, have to go through the developer would have to go through the planning and zoning process. And so there's multiple items that will require the city council's actions with regards to this particular item. But as it relates to the consummation of this relationship, it does not require you to do so, but subsequent elements. And councilperson, to your point, it was the master development agreement encompassed all those particular elements. And so by virtue of that, you were giving the developer the opportunity to bring forward solutions or elements on city property as well as CRA property. So that's why you needed that dual authorization to proceed. But we can, have the attorney provide a legal opinion specific to that and email that out to the board.
Please do so, because I totally disagree with that.
Thank you, Director Evans.
Chair.
Commissioner McCoy, hold on. Let's see if any other commissioners have any questions.
No, I think Mr. Evans just cleared that up for me. Whereas as a CRA commission, we are engaging in a ground lease agreement when it comes to actually site plan approval and the like. I would anticipate that would have to come before both the CRA and the city. This is simply the land, the land, what's the right
Ground
term?
lease.
Thank you, ground lease agreement, and that portion of it is only required that the CRA engage in this case, whereas once it gets to the point of building it, then the city has to be involved. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Botel. One second, Commissioner. Commissioner Melanson? Mayor? No? Commissioner McCoy, and then Commissioner Lanier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Evans, did I hear you say you're going to be getting us a legal opinion?
Yes.
Excuse me, Mr. Smith, I'm asking him.
Director Evans, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I said that the attorney will provide a legal opinion, and I said we in the context as we're on the same team.
Thank you, Director Evans.
Thank you for that, Mr. Evans. So you're going to request that from Mr. Smith?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
I didn't say that, no.
So who's going to request it from Mr. Smith? I want to make sure I understand how this legal opinion is going to be asked of Mr. Smith.
Mr. Chair.
Let's go ahead.
I believe that was a question that was posed and requested by the vice chair for a legal opinion.
Okay, well, that's good. I'm glad you said that, Mr. Evans, because you just made it very clear that individual commissioners can ask for a legal opinion of the CRA attorney. Is that your understanding, Mr. Smith?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so is that new?
No, sir.
Okay, because specifically when I asked questions of you guys, I was told that you can't give legal opinions to individual commissioners. So I just want to make sure if that's going to be the process now, because I've been literally alienated from asking legal questions, and you specifically shared with me that it has to be done by the CRA commission because that's who employs you. So just let's make sure that we're all clear that the vice chair asked for a legal opinion. So that's totally permissible.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, good enough.
Mr. Chair, if I,
Can I give the distinction?
Director Evans and then Attorney Smith.
Mr. Chair, I'll defer.
Thank you. Attorney Smith, go ahead.
During our conversation, and maybe I didn't explain it well since I seem to be having trouble explaining it. Our conversation was, as a commissioner, you can ask me for a legal opinion. As a sole commissioner, you cannot give me direction. So for me to act as the board attorney to do something, to bring suit or do something as that was, and I guess that's the distinction. But you can ask, as an individual commissioner, you have the perfect right to call and say, hey, Attorney Smith, Attorney Pittman, Attorney McKay, on this issue, what is the legal direction on this issue? You've always had that right, and I apologize if you misunderstood the way I tried to explain it.
Commissioner
Chair,
McCoy, go
Mr.
ahead.
Chair,
Follow up.
thank you for that. I want to take that in the end of the meeting because clearly there's some disconnect. So thank you for that.
And I do have some disconnect because I want to have some better understanding. So let's take that in the discussion after we've disposed of these items. Commissioner Lanier.
No, I just wanted to say that the board were previously advised on statutory requirements in regards to the city. So that is why I'm asking the question, because everything else basically has come before the city. This is redevelopment for the city as well itself, because it is in the city. So my question is to make sure that this is something that comes before the city or not legally.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And I'm sure that you'll copy all the members once you respond.
Thank you, Commissioner Lanier. And I believe that we do have any other comments from the staff. Is the full presentation for 7D complete? Thank you, Nick. Commissioners, any other questions, concerns?
I have one more concern.
Commissioner Lanier, go ahead.
I do have one more concern in regards to the agreement. I still have serious heartburn and a stickler for that 87% of tax abatement for this particular project. I really cannot get past almost 90% of our taxes in the taxing district for the CRA is going towards this project. So with that being said, of course, I will vote no on this because that is a significant amount of money for 15, 16 years for this project. And I think that given the fact that this CRA is not going to sunset for another 15, 20 years or 15 years, then that is something that we need to take into consideration, considering that this is our budget for the next 15 years, which 87% of it will be abated. So that is, I have some serious problems with that 87% number.
Commissioner Lanier, I did have a follow. Commissioner McCoy, go ahead.
So that's very interesting. The 87%, if that is not amenable, what is our skin in the game? I mean, obviously, I would have some expectation that we're going to contribute something towards a redevelopment, which we're ultimately the permanent landlord. What involvement do we have after this, development is built? So I don't know if that, that the question of reasonableness is, I guess, different among everybody else, but I would respectfully ask the vice chair, what does she think is, I think, something that's fair that the CRA should contribute? I know it's a little late in the game for that, but, we keep hearing these last minute suggestions as to reasonableness. Offer up what you think is best. Other than that, I don't understand how we can continue to hear, all of these naysayers about the project. I don't know if there's anything perfect. And I think certainly what we learned during our time here, if you ever been to one of these P3 conferences, that every deal is different and it's based on the specific deal. But provided that, we don't have a whole lot of capital outlay, we eliminated the $6 million that we were asking, what exactly would be fair? And that's a question to the vice chair.
I think that the ground lease is a skin in the game. It's our land. And I think that when we're talking about a fair deal, that, nothing past 30% of our taxes that we would give up. So I do still have heartburn about it, and this is the same thing that I've been saying. This is not something that is last minute. This is not something that I've been just saying. I've been saying this from the very beginning. The CRA in the city is putting up too much for this deal, and I still say the same thing. It is our land. It's 30. I mean, it's the ground lease itself is our skin. So when we look at this deal, I'm not saying it's totally horrible, but the city could do better. And I think when you look at these items, these number 7, number 8, all of these elements, basically what is happening is that the developer is going to get somebody else to do the work. You have a situation where every meeting, the goalpost changes, the timeline, the milestones change. So you have a situation where you have to try and convince the people who are paying these taxes that this is good for the city. And I still say that it is not. And that is my position from the very beginning, because I think that the deal could work, but the city is giving up too much, and the CRA is giving up too much for it.
Thank you, Commissioner Lanier. Any other comments? Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Botel,
Yes.
Commissioner Miller Anderson,
Yes.
Commissioner McCoy,
Yes.
Chair Pro Temp Lanier,
Oh,
Chair Lawson.
Yes.
Motion passes with with Pro Temp Lanier dissenting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. 7E, Executive Director Evans, go ahead.
With 4 affirmative votes to pass the item.
Thank you, Director Evans.
Mr. Chair, I think we might want to go to the public comments at this point.
Time check, 7:50. We'll go to public comment. Comments from the public, 7:30 non-agenda items. Public must begin at 7:30 unless no further business of the City Council, Board of Direct. What is this? Please be reminded, CRA Board of Commissioners adopted rules of decorum governing public comment during official meetings, which has been posted at the front desk. In an effort to preserve order, if any of the rules are not adhered to, Commissioner Chair may disrupt any speaker or attendee removed from the podium, from the meeting, or the building if necessary. Please govern yourselves accordingly. Public comments shall begin at 7:30 unless no further business of the CRA Board of Commissioners. In the event, it shall begin sooner. Any person who'd like to speak during public comments, please fill out a public comment card located at the front desk and give it to staff before public comment section is announced. Public comments are now closed. Madam Clerk?
We have 4 public comment cards.
Thank you.
Greg Maury, followed by Ms. Margaret Shepard.
So here we have a public comment, and so now I can finish what my presentation is. I want to thank you for that.
Thank you.
I grew up at 117 21st Street. My grandmother's house is a pioneer house. My family incorporated the city of Riviera Beach, Florida in 1922. On the property that I own, it's 21st Street and Avenue C. Those 2 house lots, I own them. Mr. Heisinger stated many times that he was going to build a historical house for the last 10 years. For 10 years, he's been talking about building a historical house with Scott Evans right there. So, and at the end of that street, they put the Honeyfitz boat. The Honeyfitz boat came from Boston to Palm Beach right over here, right behind my grandmother's house. And they picked me to do the interview of the JFK boat. I know I'm talking about my grandmother's, but they put a boat right behind my grandmother's house. The man that owns that boat, the vice president of Goldman Sachs. He can buy the whole city of Riviera Beach. So when Debbie Watson Schultz seen me in Washington, and she seen this book, she came right over to me. She said to me, I want to take a picture with you. So that's Debbie Watchman Schultz. If you were to read everything here, you would know that's that. Right here states I'm the oldest family in Palm Beach County. We got my, Wayne Heisinger bought my father's house, and that's my mother and father on 20th Street. See, that's Vicky Kennedy. That's an ambassador. She endorsed me to be a city official at Harvard University in Cambridge, the most prestigious city in the nation. So I'm going to be a city councilor now at the end of this year. I'll be back here. We want to build a historical house. The Heisingers owed me another $500,000 on that property over there. They wanted to rent it from me. And lease the prop. That way they can keep me there. You got Caroline Kennedy Onassis. You got Vicky Kent and Elizabeth Warren. Let's not forget about Elizabeth Warren here now. Senator Elizabeth Warren, Ed Markey. They're my neighbors up in Boston. They endorsed me. The whole state of Massachusetts endorsed me. There's reasons why they do that. And I go through the whole process of double checking who I am, what I am, and everything else. So you better read that. Mr. Heisinger, I did something very big for him. I testified for him. I got him a license to the casino in Massachusetts. He owes me big time. He owes me big time. So we
Thank you for your
we'll
comments,
be
Mr.
back.
Gregg.
We'll do this again. He owns all this property right behind the marina, you know. From here out.
Thank you for your comments, sir. And you dropped your picture there, if you could grab it.
So that's the Honey Fitz right there.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk? Thank you, Mr. Gregg.
Margaret Shepherd, followed by Fane Lozman.
Margaret Shepherd, Riviera Beach. To the chair, thank you so much for your kindness during my birthday, and Dr. Votel, and of course JB and everybody. I better not start naming people. Jeffrey Jackson to help me move my charity, Alzheimer's, on my father's side, mother's side, diabetes. So I thank you for that. People ask me where I've been. I've been ill. Had to go through a couple of transfusions, but as you can see, my doctors say you never give up. I know I never give up. So I'm glad to be back home in the city of Riviera Beach. I'm here today, Mr. Evans, because I was so happy. Gwen called me from Lindsay Davis, and she said, Shepherd, come over to the garden. You know, they're going to film us. Channel 5 going to be there. You know, Channel 5 never have nothing good to say about us. I think it was Channel 5 now. And I said, Glenn, I'm in the hospital. She said, well, I'll send it to you. And I was so happy, Mr. Evans. I almost cried. And to see Christopher McCullough there explaining it and allowing people to know that we have a good time over there. You will see him dancing, and we just have a good time. And I just appreciate you allowing Chris to come over there and kind of explain it. I'm still gravely ill about a couple of things, and I'll come back and talk about it because I think it takes time to explain some of the things the way we feel about different people. It's just different people we like, different people we take to. So when we start hearing negative things about it, about these people, these employees, it begin to hurt us very, very bad. They don't speak up. And of course, you know me, I shouldn't say I don't care, but I think that you get a certain age, you have the right to say whatever's on your mind. So I'll come back and talk about it. But Ms. Lanier, you said something about the CDC. You're kind of hitting it on the nail. You don't know what you're really talking about, but I'm going to fill you in on a couple of things. You're on the right track. Don't let them, see, they're trying to bum it around and, you know, they can't get it together, but I'll tell you a few things. It was something that happened over at Lindsay Davis. There was a GoFundMe account. And I'm going to come back and tell you that when they start talking about this GoFundMe and money, of course, I got quiet. And I said, well, I think you're supposed to do a spreadsheet. You're supposed to tell us where this money is going. And I'm going to tell you, and you'll be surprised who sat in that room and said, oh, it's okay. Take that money and give it to one of the employees that's already being paid by the city. You're on the right track, Ms. Lanier. Don't make them think you're crazy. You're not.
Thank you.
Fane Lozman, followed by JB Dixon.
Thane Lozman. Mr. Chair, in the future, can we have some random shuffling of the cards? Ms. Dixon's obsessed with always talking after I talk. Ms. Lanier, I don't agree with you on many things, but I agree with you on this. The CRA sunsets in Florida after 25 years and it was extended. In California, the California Supreme Court disbanded all the CRAs. We're going into a recession. Those tax dollars coming out of FP&L, coming out of the Rybovich expansion, they need to be put in other parts of the city. They need to fund the general fund obligations for retirees from the city. You should just make a vote tonight, disband the CRA, have those tax dollars come in the general fund, and then allocate a portion of those, maybe 25% for redevelopment around the city. But it's obscene that after 25 years, what the initial purpose was, we're still continuing forward. You have the right track, disband the CRA. A lot of municipalities in Florida have done it, and take all those tax dollars from the existing redevelopment and run it through the city's general fund and then allocate it out from the general fund for certain projects. But you don't need to reduplicate assets. You don't need to reduplicate staff. You don't need all these expenses. The CRA has squandered tens of millions of dollars since I've been here in 2006 and have not accomplished much. I did a public records request. Ms. Botel filed 33 public. Ms. Botel sent 33 emails to DEP about my floating home. Lisa Interlandi sent 82 emails. These two women have been lobbying DEP, acting as officials, in their official capacity, trying to get my floating home out of there. They've been lobbying environmentalists. Somebody went there 10 days ago, completely destroyed the floating home. Destroyed the windows, ripped the kitchen out, ripped the bathroom out, totally trashed, and dumped a lot of that stuff in the water. So if you have a diver to go down there, you'd see it's all over the place. I have photographs of that. These two women have lobbied these environmental zealots to go do that. I heard today that you became the president of the Palm Beach County League of Cities. That is gross. Do they know that you've been recalled by 2,700 residents for your racist comments? Do they know that Governor Bush signed an executive order censuring and reprimanding them? Do they know that you called the prior council dumber than a box of rocks and Lynn Hubbard mentally retarded? Do they know anything about the wire fraud you did with the Palm Beach Singer Island, the Singer Island Beach Polo and that big lawsuit and the extortion and conspiracy and all that stuff? Do they have any clue who you are? They need to understand who you are. It's just disgusting what's gone on there. I have young children running around my property over on North Ocean Drive. Botel said she hopes one of them drowns so that it would bankrupt me in a personal injury lawsuit if one of these kids drowns. She has unilaterally stopped us from building a fence, from having the police arrest trespassers to go on there with young children. You're an evil person, Botel. You were evil what you did to Lady March Goldwire, and you're going to be finished in this city legally once and for all.
So much, Mr. Lozman.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Lozman. Madam Clerk?
JB Dixon.
Welcome, Ms. Dixon.
JB Dixon, Singer Island and Riviera Beach. I always try to speak last after Mr. Lozman because, you know, he's so full of beans that I usually have to get up here and say, this isn't true, this isn't true, this isn't true, this is exaggerated, this is misrepresented. I won't even bother to do that tonight because I think everyone who has heard Mr. Lozman rave on with all of these false charges, especially against Councilwoman Botel, they already know you should consider the source, okay? And you can certainly bet the Councilwoman Botel is not going to be finished in this city any more than she was arrested, did the perp walk, and did all the other stuff that he has said in the past. So consider the source. I have better things to say, and that is to congratulate Councilwoman Botel, Commissioner Botel, on being installed today as president of the the Palm Beach League of Cities, who evidently did not consult Mr. Lozman as to whether or not they could elevate her to that position. Shame on them. Obviously, when all of the cities in Palm Beach County decide that Commissioner Botel would make a good president, that somewhat overpowers what Mr. Lozman has to say and what he thinks of Councilwoman Botel, Commissioner Botel. I want to say that I, of course, am very proud, as were 2 tables full of of Riviera Beach people today to see her installed. And excuse me, for those of you who were not there, her topic for the year, each president has a topic of the year, is resiliency. And I thought that particularly when people say, well, what is resiliency and why is it important? At the end of her speech, she said that as a child, she used to go into the ocean all of the time just with her sisters. And you would look at waves coming at you and huge waves, and you'd think, how can I get out? Can I get out of here? And if the answer was no, what did you do? If you could not stop the wave. And what you did was you swam like hell and dove under the wave and came up on the other side. And that is what she would like to see the municipalities in this county do. One of the things that she showed is that resiliency is not all about storms and floods. And she showed how not only is artificial intelligence ready to, write your speech for you, and no one will ever know that you couldn't do that yourself, but now can clone
Thank you
your
for your
voice,
comments, Ms.
which is real scary.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Dixon. Thank
That
you,
is
Madam
all.
Clerk. Thank you, Madam Clerk. 7E.
Resolution number 2023-11, a resolution of Commissioners of the Riviera Beach Community Redevelopment Agency expressing support for the ground lease agreement between the residents at Marina Village LLC as performed by RUDG LLC and Tesro Partners LLC and the Riviera Beach Community Redevelopment Agency in the terms of recommendation contained within. The acceptance of public comment cards are now closed. Mr. Chair, we have one comment card.
Motion to approve resolution number 2023-11.
Second.
Thank you. Motion been made and probably second. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, if I could have the Director of Development Services, Mr. Scott Evans, to make this presentation.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Evans, thank you.
Thank you. Members of the board, Mr. Mayor, this is, of course, the Element 8 ground lease. The presentation by Jones, Lang, and LaSalle, who is our consultant for our P3 agreements, as well as the developer, they presented the plans and terms and agreement of this lease agreement already. Of course, this is the Element 8 lease is for the affordable housing portion of that presentation. And this project includes a CRA commitment of $600,000, which is the required local match for them to apply for the state housing tax credit. It also includes gap financing of $900,000. By approving this tonight, they'll have the opportunity to apply for other financing grants. And if they're able to get those grants, that will reduce that gap financing that we're committing to this evening. And this includes a grant that was recently announced by Palm Beach County that we're hopeful that they'll be able to apply for if the grant is approved, if the resolution is approved tonight for the ground lease. And the Bryant Miller Olive were our legal advisors for the development of this lease. They are here tonight, along with Nick, who's already presented. So if you have any further questions on the Element 8 lease, I'll pause now and
Madam Clerk, public comment?
JB Dixon.
JB Dixon, Singer Island and Riviera Beach. I want to agree with Commissioner McCoy, which is a somewhat rare occasion, in saying that this deal so far is not ideal, nor will it probably be. But we have been dealing with this marina redevelopment for a very, very long time. And it's time to get started and not to be waiting for the perfect deal. We are not the perfect city to deal with. I am very, very heartened to see Related being brought into this. Related has an excellent reputation, and I think it gives me much more confidence. And then we also have local minority input into this with them having a piece of the pie, which is also very, very important. There are millions and millions of dollars that are up for grabs in this redevelopment. And I think we have to be very careful about graft and in this situation. I think we need to be looking at people on the outside who are going to be trying to get to all of you. I know some of them already have, not gotten to you, but tried to get to you. And I would urge you to be extremely suspicious about the granting of these contracts and keep a very watchful eye on it. Again, I don't think it's ideal. I think the city maybe could have gotten some more money out of it and maybe given some less, but it is an okay deal, and I think it's going to work out well as long as all of you watch it very carefully. So I really hope that you will all vote together to support the redevelopment of our marina after such a very, very long time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Dixon. Commissioners? No comments from the board? I did have a question.
Go ahead, go ahead.
I did have a question in reference to the credits. I know they said that we want to have an opportunity to take 2 bites of the apple, 24 months. What happens now in the event that the applications are not approved or successful in these 24 months? What's the timeline look like? Is there going to be an additional timeline requested? Are we going to go back out for bid, have another development? What are the options that's going to happen with that?
It's a great question, Mr. Chairman. Per the ground lease, the development team would then be in default, and the ground would then revert back to the CRA. So the CRA, I'm not going to tell you what to do with it, but you could put it back out via an RFP, have another development team come in and finish, or take it in a different direction, or what have you.
And that would give a 24-month from what date? Starting tonight or starting from execution?
That would be from the commencement.
Commencement?
Correct.
Okay. And
Don't need to change.
yeah, that was my only question in regards to the 2 shots, the retail. Commissioner Lanier?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask the question in regards to this. Within the deals, the elements, there are different names that I see every time you guys come before us. That means that that particular entity has a deal with the person we got to deal with. So we need to be privy to those agreements as well. Those inside, outside, sub, however you want to say it, contracts, because the deal in the beginning, the thrust, the reasoning for master development was for the people who actually entered into the agreement with us to be able to do it. We could have went and found these people who they went and found. We could have put individual elements out to bid and could have done the same thing. But yet we spent $500,000 on consultants, another $500,000 on lawyers, and we still trying to move this thing forward. So I still have the heartburn with the whole 87%. And I'll say again, it is too much money to give up in tax abatement, meaning that 87% of the taxes that come to the CRA will not go to somebody else. So that means that 13% is what we left with to fund our programs or any other development that we may take on. That's all that's left. So yeah, I do have problems with it, and I know it's not perfect, but I still think, and I'll say again, we could have got a better deal than this.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other comments from the board? Madam Clerk? Commissioner McCoy, go ahead. Sorry.
Mr. Scott Evans, there's, I guess something just came to mind. So are these parcels called out in this lease agreement with a property or parcel ID number? I mean, if you don't know, then that's cool.
Well, it's for element 8, which is 3 parcels, which belong to the old Spanish courts property.
Right, but my question is, if it's not in here, should it contain a legal description inside the ground lease?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Nick.
Commissioner McCoy, the execution copies will have legal descriptions as attachments to the lease.
Okay. And currently, Mr. Scott Evans, how long has the CRA owned this site where Spanish Courts is?
Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
I'm sorry, how long have we owned it?
Yes.
I'm not sure when we acquired it. I know we've had it since before 2000.
Okay, and how much property taxes have we generated from the property?
Because the CRA owns it, we haven't generated property tax on that property.
So we haven't received anything since far back as you can remember the CRA possessing this?
Correct.
Now, there was a time, at least somewhat over a year ago, when we had that trailer there that was, in my opinion, misplaced. We didn't receive any property tax on that either because that was not real property or that was not a real structure per se, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So it'd be safe to say we're not actually giving up anything because we weren't receiving anything.
I think we received $700 a month.
Well, I meant in
But
terms
very
of
little,
property,
no property tax.
So we've not given up anything.
No, we have not been generating any revenue.
Okay, I rest.
Commissioner, thank you for your comments. And you did say, Mr. Scott Evans, you said 2000 was an estimated time of the last time we've received anything from that property?
No, I was just saying that I know the CRA's owned it since then, but I'm not sure when they acquired it.
Okay, so since 2000, so 23 years at least? Okay. To my colleague's point and to some of the concerns I've heard, the excitement that I have, this is a celebration tonight for our city because we're partnering with some major developers. More importantly, we have some of the local talent that's actually going to help develop it. So we've addressed and hit on every point with our local parties, with the biggest developer in the housing market. And we have beautiful sites. I visited the Icon site that's going to be comparable to ours, and I'm actually excited because ours is going to be better. We're going to have the retail wrap in the front, so they heard our concerns. So I just want to say thank you to everybody that came in, flew in town, and made sure that you're partnering with this amazing city because we're going to develop the city, and we're thankful that you guys came tonight, and we're excited. So hopefully, my colleagues, we can support this and keep moving forward with the progress. So thank you. Colleagues? Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Botel?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
That will be a no.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Motion passes with 4 in favor and Pro Chair Temp Lanier dissenting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we're going to go back to discussion item now, 6A, Madam Clerk.
Item 6A, update on Marina Village negotiation and APD. The acceptance of public comment cards are now closed. Mr. Chair, we have 1 comment card.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair and members of the board, at this time, I'll ask for the Director of Planning and Development, Mr. Scott Evans, to make this presentation.
Mr. Chair. Good evening,
Go ahead,
Mr.
Mr.
Chair, CRA Board, and Mr. Mayor. This is an update on our Marina Village negotiations with APD. We've been working with our public-private partnership consultant, Jones, Lang, and LaSalle, and I'm very pleased to say we've made significant progress in negotiations with APD on the remaining Marina Village waterfront elements. APD has brought in an additional national joint venture partner in Sonnenblick Development, and they have been actively engaged to bring a transformative development to our waterfront. Nick Finelli from JLL is here. He'll provide an update on the status of those negotiations. And that will be followed by a presentation from Mr. Vaughn Irons, who has a presentation from APD for the board tonight on our progress.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Go ahead, Nick.
Okay.
Thank you.
And the retail update. So I'll say this, since the last time this board met in March, there's been tremendous progress. in discussions with the APD team, with Mr. Irons and his team. We've been going back and forth on some term sheets with deal points. Mr. Irons and his team have come to us with an initial proposal. We've countered, we've gone back and forth. There's been some significant progress made specifically on elements 1 through 3. Again, as Mr. Evans alluded to, APD has brought on some additional equity partners who are very excited about the opportunity. APD and their partners have made 2 site visits to the Marina Village to survey the site as well as bring some potential retailers to the site. There's a lot of excitement, a lot of buzz. And after discussions with Mr. Irons, with staff, with our team, with the legal team, we realized that rather than bring this board a term sheet for elements 1 through 3, it made more sense from a holistic standpoint to come back with a proposal for elements 1 through 3, 5, and 6, which would include the larger entertainment space on element 5, as well as the hotel for element 6. This way, the board, as well as the community, will see the value of the Marina Village in totality, as opposed to 3 individual smaller retail pad sites for 1-story restaurants. We're very excited about where we are in terms of our progress. I know Mr. Irons has a great presentation that he's going to give, but we're excited to move forward with APD and hopefully come to this board in short order with proposals for the entire portion of the retail, and hopefully bring this entire project to fruition and get shovels in the ground soon, because I know that's what the goal is. So with that, thank you, and we'll give it to Mr. Irons.
Thank you, Nick, for your comments. Mr. Von Irons? Always a pleasure to see you. Welcome back. You want to present here? Or?
Greetings, Mr. Chair,
Greetings.
board members, Mr. Mayor, staff, and everyone here in the audience in the Riviera Beach community. My name is Vaughn Irons. I'm the CEO of APD Solutions Real Estate Group based in Atlanta, Georgia, and I represent a dynamic cadre of local and regional professionals who are very interested in seeing Riviera Beach Marina Village move forward. If you had to coin our activities in one word, I would absolutely say perseverance. Since 2018, we've been here. A part of what we want to do is not only give you an update, but to spend some time connecting you back to the elements of the original proposal in order to help you see that many of those things are preserved, but the input that we've received from interaction with your staff over the last several years and certainly the last several weeks has been effectively incorporated in this update. And so on behalf of my team and the other collaborators that we work with, we're very pleased to share this update with you today. Let's see. So the approach to the project is to essentially focus on creating a destination family entertainment complex. Just adding some restaurants to a waterfront development really doesn't realize the full potential of this site. But more so, it doesn't realize the full economic potential of the site. And so what we're really focusing on is supporting the needs of the local residents, but also attracting visitors to create net positive spending from outside the city. One of the very dominant concepts in economic development is the notion of positive versus negative net wealth. And you can see that represented. You have negative net wealth if you see your residents at restaurants outside of the city. So if you go to West Palm and you see more people from Riviera Beach eating at restaurants in West Palm and other parts of the region than you do in Riviera Beach, that's negative net wealth. What we're working with you to do with this project is to create positive net wealth so that now you'll start seeing people from other communities bumping into them here at the marina, spending dollars in your community, increasing your tax base, increasing your property values. And so that's our goal. Once fully completed, what we envision is creating an additional 106,000 square feet of new retail, food and beverage and entertainment. And that includes the leasing of this building. There's some latent potential in the event center. There are retail spaces that haven't been leased and realized, and we've been actively involved in reaching out to the restaurant and retail community to see interest in this particular building. And as we move forward, we've been sharing in transparency with your team that we have 9 potential parties that are interested in doing new things here. And those could be, as we move forward, the first new activations that actually happen at the marina. So the development vision, in a nutshell, draw local residents, workers, and regional households, as well as tourists. This project, in our opinion, is not successful if we're only attracting people from outside the region here. The residents of Riviera Beach and the stakeholders who have been here for a long time have to feel like they're an active part of the success that's created here. We want to give patrons multiple reasons to visit. So attractions, amenities, and services. Just adding restaurants alone isn't the right formula. We have to have people who are willing to come to the marina multiple times a week to do several different things, and that's what will make it economically viable. A multifunctional appeal for a wide variety of households, not just cultural diversity, but income diversity as well, meaning that we will have restaurants and other amenities that can appeal to people that have different wallet sizes and different tastes. We want to attract credit tenants here that are distinctive, meaning our goal is to create a unique place where everyone is welcome, and once they get here, we will keep them safe. We want to enhance the waterfront experience, and as a part of that, our designs will work very actively to preserve the viewing corridors. It's a mistake if you have a marina development like this that's on the waterfront, the intercoastal, direct access to the Atlantic Ocean, and people can't see it. So what we're looking to do is to have an effective design that from various different aspects of the project, people will be able to enjoy their views to the waterfront. And then ultimately the job creation, wealth creation, lifestyle defining destination. We don't want residents to only be proud that the marina is here and to brag about it, but we want area residents and other stakeholders to be effective economic beneficiaries of what's happening here, not just from a tax-based standpoint, but from a job creation standpoint, and also potentially as investment participants through various different mechanisms. So elements 0 through 4 will focus on dining and entertainment. Briefly, the goals that we've been discussing, we will finish the build out of vacant spaces in the event center. We will add new restaurant tenants, as well as deal with some existing latent concerns from existing tenants in the space about their expansion capabilities. We want to focus on adding a rooftop lounge or bar or activation space. The rooftop is beautiful. Events do happen there, but there's not enough activity up there to take full advantage of people enjoying the views. And then we want to recruit destination events and meetings. You all have superb meeting space. There's a revenue generating opportunity right here. There are meetings, groups in the state, Southeast region, and nationally that would come here to meet because they can bring their families along to enjoy the other amenities and not just sit in the meeting room all day. Perfect destination for that. On Restaurant Row, there are 3 pad sites. We're going to focus certainly on waterfront dining, patio seating, but one of the things we wanted to emphasize as a part of this is our goal is to have a mix of fast casual and fine dining. We want people to come here and enjoy their families, grab something quick if they're jumping off a boat. But we also want to have the situation where people are coming here to celebrate graduations at sit-down fine dining restaurants, celebrate anniversaries, that they can have a steak or seafood or grab a slice of pizza. So our goal is to have a mix of restaurant types here in the various different pads. Element 4, recreation. We think Bicentennial Park sets the perfect basis and foundation to build upon. And so we think emphasizing recreational activities. We did speak with you previously. We made recommendations about an interactive aquarium concept, but we do think there's a faster activation and can generate local revenue with adding things like an urban zip line, interactive video walls, simulators, and things of that nature. One of the things that we're very intent, and for those of you who were here in 2018, you may recall from our original proposal, we talked about the Flow Rider. The Flow Rider has gained national popularity. One of the reasons we think this is an essential element to add as a part of the recreational components is because it creates more interaction with water without putting people in conflict with the boating activities that are happening there. There's not a large active beach. People will come. It creates a skills-based attraction. It also gives us an ability to create spaces for unique events and competitions. Elements 5 and 6, the marketplace and the hotel. These are just inspirational images that we see for that part of the project. Certainly in element 5, we've always been asserting that previous views of the marina undervalued the capacity for more square footage of destination and family entertainment retail. What we see here is on element 5, adding a 50 to 55,000 square foot indoor attraction, something that draws people from throughout the region, a large name, a large activity, but also to have 25,000 square feet or so of artisan retail. Not the same typical retail that you see, but the type of retail that when people go there, they go home and they say, oh, you have to go to Riviera Beach because you can get this here. In some of our brainstorming sessions with your team, we had active conversations about this. And so, for example, when you go to Seattle, people want to go to certain destinations in order to get fish or to interact with what happens there. You go to New York City, people want to go to South Street Seaport. And so what we envision is creating an artisan retail attraction that gives local flavor, but also creates opportunity for local small businesses to actively participate in the success of the marina. In reference to the hotel, we are collaborating with our co-developer Tezrel on the hotel element. 150 rooms is what we envision. Parking garage, of course, for hotel and public use. Restaurants in the lobby or rooftop or both. Again, enhancing views, but also a resort-style swimming pool that will attract people who, the goal is not to get them to come here and stay overnight, one night, or get them to come stay short term. We want people coming to the marina and eventually staying 2 days, 3 days. If we can attract them here, the longer they stay, the more dollars they invest, the more revenue that gets generated in this community. So we wanted to lead up to this part of the presentation here. The community benefits in interacting with your staff and even in brief conversations with some of you, our vision of community benefits was holistically different, and we thought it would be important to explain to you what our intention is with community benefits. We don't see it as a small fund that is a share of the project that gets yielded for other projects. We see this as a real opportunity to create economic viability for the residents here so that they not only become users of the site, but full-blown stakeholders. And so our vision for community benefits, and we've done this several times in other projects. When we were active in post-Katrina New Orleans, we used a very similar concept. In some of our projects in Metro Atlanta, we use a concept where when you're bringing in retailers and you're bringing in businesses, they'll tell you what their hiring needs are far in advance. And so it would be a shame for us to know that the restaurants that are coming need these positions and the hotel need these positions. And we're not all, everyone in this room, including yourselves, actively working to make sure that the residents of this community are being prepared for those jobs. And the jobs we're talking about are not just service industry jobs. We're not just talking about people cleaning rooms and taking out garbage. We're talking about hospitality jobs, hotel management jobs. We're talking about hotel, restaurant jobs, management, retail, hospitality jobs, entertainment positions, things of that nature. And so for a project like this, there will be hundreds of jobs. Our goal is to make sure that as many Riviera Beach residents as possible are prepared to take those jobs and not just read about them in the paper and not be ready to be active. And so one of our project partners is Steve White with Protective Hands. He's been here with us several times. Steve White will be leading this community benefits component, as well as actively involved with this will be one of our other partners, D. Berry Enterprises, who will be helping us with our community outreach and benefit activities as well. So next, we just wanted to give you a good sense from a rendering standpoint of where we see ourselves going with the Marina Village. We work with Rick Gonzalez, who's our architect. He's worked on several projects here. He was a part of our original RFP. He remains a part of our team doing the design work and elements. And he knows this site just as well as anyone else. And what we wanted to do is to end this presentation giving you a sense that visually we see this site being activated pretty much this way. And in particular, as we work with our partners, Tezrel, on the hotel, what we're seeing again is a liner hotel building with parking behind so that we can accommodate not just the hotel parking, but potentially additional public parking that can have quick direct access to all these other amenities. Unfortunately, a lot of times you try to plan for parking. In this particular instance, we believe that when the project really gets going, we're all going to say we didn't add enough parking spaces. And so with this being said, we just wanted to give you a good sense of the project and answer any questions you have. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hines. Madam Clerk, any public comments?
We have one public comment card, JB Dixon.
We'll take our public comment, Mr. Hines, and then come back to you. Thank you, sir. Mr. Dixon? Ms. Dixon? She's passing.
That is all.
We're not there yet. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Mr.
Commissioners, comments, please. Commissioner McCoy, go ahead.
So are we done with public comments?
Yes, she passed. Go ahead, Commissioner.
So I have a question for Mr. Irons. And perhaps Mr. Scott Evans, but first, Mr. Irons.
Yes.
Have we or have you, from a very, very early on standpoint, identified tenants that you believe are going to be suited for these retail spaces that's coming on board?
Absolutely. And what I will share with you is from the beginning, we've been transparent with your team that we had 3 parallel strategies running. One focused on a national credit tenant user. The second focused on regional credit tenant users, and the third parallel track that focused on very localized businesses. We always realized that we could have a combination of all 3. We've gotten letters of intent and interest, for this part of the project in sight. And so that has given us more confidence in what we've presented to you, that once we move through the next step and agree to the ground lease components, that we'll be able to very quickly move forward with the interest of those end user tenants. Yes.
Okay, thank you for answering the question. I was trying to get that. So, it's kind of interesting, and I want to make sure I understand this. So, I guess it was called out in our other ground leases. I believe it was referred to as capital. I guess the process where the project can be sold, it was called, can you help me out, Mr. Scott Evans or Nick?
Yes, sir. Capital event participation, an event building sold that the CRA would realize some of the proceeds.
Thank you, Mr. Finelli. And question for both you and also Mr. Irons. Do you anticipate having that in this agreement for capital participation?
What I can tell you is your staff and Jones Lang LaSalle are very good negotiators, and that has been discussed.
Okay. Well, it's certainly within, I guess, the prerogative of 7 and 8, but I just want to make sure that I share my concerns about the retail component, because too often retail has not always stood up, especially when we had COVID. And I know certainly there was a time where City Place had some financial issues, as did several other, retail developments. I just want to make sure that, once we commit to, exercising this kind of development agreement, that we have an actual tenant being the developer that's actually going to be committed to this, because, I don't want to go far into this and 20 years in, now we have some financial issues. Like, how can we be assured that we won't end up like some of these other, retail commercial developments that have kind of went under? And I know it's kind of hard to predict that, but what safeguards or what measures can be put in place?
Well, part of what I'd share with you is as developers and then ultimately property managers and landlords, our cash flow is tied to the success of the project too. So everyone's incented to having good quality tenants. And so we've discussed that. We believe that by the time we get to presenting you with a ground lease for these elements, which is one of the reasons why we wanted to focus on not doing it piecemeal, but bringing one comprehensive package back to you, that will also simultaneously be able to share with you the end user strategy. One of the differences that you're pointing out between retail and commercial versus residential is Related has an idea of who their end users are because they can do a market study and they can understand demand. Whereas we still have to go out, hang a shingle, and recruit those individuals. We've been actively involved doing this while we've been going through the negotiations and even prior to. And we've also, through our discussions and bringing in other partners like Sonnenblick and Urban to participate in some of these meetings, been sharing very transparently with your team who we think those end user entities could be, and expose them to those strategies. And so as we get through the rest of the process, we believe we'll be able to give you a sense of confidence about that simultaneously.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Follow-up.
Commissioner. Go ahead, Commissioner.
So, Mr. Irons and Mr. Finelli, where are we at as far as a timeline? Excuse me.
Well, I mean,
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Scott Evans.
We are proposing to bring back this comprehensive development approach at the June 28th CRA board meeting. We are hoping to have a more defined presentation that would lay out those various elements. We've already been in discussions about elements 1 through 3. We've had multiple drafts of those business terms. But we wanted to pause to bring back to you that comprehensive approach that would include the approach to the hotel and, of course, to the retail for element 5, which is could also be a family entertainment attraction also.
Commissioner?
So I guess I'm trying to understand. So where does parking fit into this? After we identify those various sub-elements of the retail component, like what's our parking development strategy, or is that going to be included on Mr. Irons' responsibility?
I think that's a team effort. I mean, the public parking garage is one of the key items. It's also been a driving force in us wanting to move to a comprehensive approach as opposed to individual element by element. As we were discussing the restaurants, of course, they need a commitment that there will be parking available for those restaurants. In order for us to make a commitment and understanding what the number of parking spaces we're going to need and the cost of those spaces, we need to know the overall approach to parking, the number of total spaces that we need, so that we can model that particular parking garage. And in order to do that, we need to know what the entire project proposes, all of the various elements. As doing it element by element proposes a challenge to us, totally understanding the demand for public parking that we're going to need and being able to create the pro forma and deliver a plan for that public parking. So that's the parking is also driving the need for us to take a comprehensive look that includes all of the remaining elements so that we can have confidence in the public parking garage that we want to add to the project.
So if you don't mind me adding, just as a part of that, implied in your question is our involvement in negotiating the parking. And as a part of our co-development agreement, Tesral, Tony Brown is actually actively working with JLL and the staff on the parking solution. And so that's one of the duties that we split between us. And so when that comes up, Tony will be actively involved on that component.
Just the last comment. I appreciate that, Mr. Irons. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that, Mr. Irons. And I was curious because I just asked our manager about parking and what that looks like in terms of how we're going to finance that out. And I think at a minimum, right, I probably would agree with Randy Sherman, our finance director, on this. I think we really have to move quickly, Mr. Evans, on doing something with parking, because I tell you, I come here every weekend and it's like, it's unbelievable. But in the meantime, certainly if it's going to be some sort of capital expenditure that's going to at least require the CRA to foot some of it, I think we should be at least trying to ascertain what we can now, to begin that process of being able to invest in what, some sort of permanent public parking structure. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Thank you, Commissioner. Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
Commissioner, that's an excellent point. One of the, and probably the first element that you will see erected on the site is probably going to be the public parking garage, because so goes public parking, so goes the restaurant and some other services that are currently being provided at the marina. So we think we have a good solution, and I think we're looking to be able to bring this in for a landing, and staff has been working very closely with the team and our development partners, as well as our finance director, to provide a solution on that. So that's going to be an item that's going to be looked to address in short order. And then also, probably in the month of June or July, you're going to get the information concerning the parking ordinance. So once staff finishes the internal reviews, we're going to email that out to the board, because that's a 24-page document. So you'll have some time with that document before we bring it before you. But obviously, we want to look to fund and facilitate the parking. The other side of it is we're also re-engaging some conversations with the Port of Palm Beach. We think that there's some opportunities to facilitate the cruise terminal parking, but we need to have a commitment from the Port of Palm Beach now, because if we don't, then we won't be able to accommodate, or you'll have a situation where you may have persons fighting for parking, whether it's in a parking garage or utilizing the services that are provided at the port. So we're looking to bring that for a landing in short order as quickly as possible. So that's going to be something that's going to be before you so shortly.
Thank you, Director Evans. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. And certainly I last looked, and I've been on that boat now maybe 2 or 3 times already this year. And when I'm seeing those cruise passengers are actually parking on our property to avoid paying the monies that the port collects. And I'm just like, that's just missed opportunity for us, Mr. Evans. And you gave that July timeline. I would like to see, I know that's a lot of pressure, because I know staff has to go through a lot but we need to really address parking as soon as possible, because we're to the point of, what's been stated about what we're giving up. I think we're foregoing a lot of revenues. Certainly, if nothing, to just offset some of the costs that we're experiencing in other areas. So yeah, I think that's a great idea, Mr. Evans, and I really look forward to it. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Commissioner. And to piggyback on that, though, we did have conversations, Mr. Evans, about that parking plan ordinance. So I really want to push, and I believe my colleague agree with him, if we can push for June to get that moving, because we need to start generating the revenue so that we can collect some of those dollars to bond if we need to put out for a parking garage, so we can use the revenue and bond that to actually cover that cost. So if we can push for June for a city council, maybe that second meeting in June, that would work with us. Thank you. Commissioners?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Botel, go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, let me say that I'm thrilled to see this project moving forward. It's one of the first things that, as a commissioner, I had an opportunity to learn about. So here we are 5+ years later, and I'm finally going to make it happen. So it's very exciting to me. You might think that it's too early in the game for me to be asking about this, but resiliency has been much on my mind these days. And I wonder if you're building resiliency into this project, given that it is a waterfront project. For example, will you be elevating the buildings? Will there be permeable surface everywhere to avoid the flooding issues that we are so prone to in our county? Will there be bioswales? What kinds of measures will you take to be sure that we are meeting Mother Nature head on?
Excellent question. And one of the reasons why we wanted to work with Rick Gonzalez and his firm, because he's not only very familiar with South Florida, but he's very familiar with this city in particular.
Yeah.
And so he has a number of ideas and recommendations he's been making to us to include those elements, but to make them hidden parts of the design so that they don't take away from the visitor's ability to enjoy the waterfront, but it still protects the marina and the patrons as well. And so if you want us to include in a future presentation some components of that, we'll certainly bring Rick Gonzalez here to illuminate you on those elements.
Great, thank you. The other great passion that I have is workforce development. Sorry. And I'm wondering, in addition to using, you said you'll be using Steve Watt. I've worked with Steve a lot in these last few years, and I know he does some good work. Will you also be working with Career Source, which is our agency that helps us with?
So a part of Steve's plan is to connect into all of the city elements. He has a really great part of his strategy to work on individuals being reemerged into society from other aspects of their lives to prevent recidivism. So that's a very detailed component, but he's also working to connect into local colleges and universities.
Okay.
And so that's one of the benefits of working with someone who's not just in the area, but from Riviera Beach, because they know the resources and how to connect with them. And we're happy to have his leadership as a part of the project.
That's great. You know, we have a construction magnet at Dwyer High School. We have culinary arts magnets. So we do have some really great resources in the high schools that are in our community, or not necessarily in our community. I should say the high schools which our kids go outside the community to attend. Yes, so we have some great resources here, and I'm glad to know that. Well, thank you again, Mr. Irons. It's a pleasure to see this project moving forward.
Thank you. And I'll just quickly add, the community benefits, we think, will ultimately be a shining star of the project because, we have people like Ezra Saffold who will be helping us design the construction aspects of that so that there will be continuity, but it can't stop at the construction jobs. We have to make sure that there's a repetitive recycling of participation of people in this community as the project grows, and those benefits can be yielded right here.
Yeah. You may not know this, but I've been running a tourism committee for the past, since COVID started. We each got a little area of assignment from Mr. Evans, and mine was tourism. So for me and the tourism committee, this is really good news because we're going to have another asset to bring people to the city. And I love what you said earlier about geolocating. You want to keep people right here in Riviera Beach. You don't want them in restaurants in Palm Beach Gardens or Palm Beach. You want them right here in Riviera Beach. So it's great to know that you'll have some more resources here for tourists and for our own citizens. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Go ahead, Pro Temp.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about the joint venture agreement, that we can have a look at that. I provided to the council, to the commission, I should say. And also too, the city has a reentry program that you can start with as well. That program works with a lot of the projects that the city has, but it certainly can work with these projects as well. But I certainly would like to look at the joint venture agreement.
Sure. We've been very transparent with your team and your staff. They've asked questions. We're happy to continue to do so. And as far as the reentry program you mentioned, Steve White does have that as a part of his program design, and we understand that you all as a board are very passionate about supporting that, and we've incorporated that in our strategy.
Any other comments? Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Hines, I absolutely love the community benefits package because one of the concerns that we've always had is making sure that we have individuals from the community that participate, but then are also qualified and pre-trained and ready to take on the jobs when it comes to the construction, but also the management of these jobs. So thank you for that package. I was a little concerned with the delays on one item, but I'm excited because we're expediting the other item. So I can definitely support because we're bringing everything in for a landing, hopefully the end of June, to give us a full overview and actually complete the whole project. So that is excellent. The parking is going to be great. And thank you. One of the words of the day that.
Chair, just one more. I just wanted to
Go
be
ahead,
clear
Commissioner.
that our reentry program is ran by Ori Bullard. That's the person that's in charge of the reentry that I'm talking about. Yes, I'm sorry, sir. But yeah, I just wanted to make, because I heard you say Steve White. I think that may be something else, but Ori Bullard is actually the city's reentry program director.
Yes, we're familiar with that. And if I misspoke, what I was referencing is since Steve represents us in designing our community benefits program, in us speaking with him, he's mentioned that part of his program design, looking to work with your reentry program.
Perfect. And that reentry would be excellent to just kind of give you that initial residence and that base to start with. So that was a great recommendation. I would definitely want to push that. But again, thank you.
Thank you.
One of my commissioners today, her message was resilience, and you've been very resilient, dealing with a lot of the concerns of what we've gone through and staying consistent. So thank you for your dedication. And again, thank you for coming and flying in to actually meet and present for us.
Thank you very much. Look forward to seeing you at the end of June.
Thank you. Commissioners?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller Anderson, I'm sorry. Hold on, Mr. Irons.
No, he's good. He
Okay.
can continue to walk.
Thank you. No,
You're
I
fine.
thought so. But
I don't have a question for you. I just wanted to make a comment in saying that, as I mentioned to you before when we were on the phone, I was glad to see that things are moving along. That there was a concern for a minute there. And so now that we're moving along, I'm very glad to see that we're getting where we're trying to go.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Everyone's working hard.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Irons. Thank you, Commissioner Miller Anderson. Nick, thank you for coming in, the work that you're putting in, and we appreciate it. And thank you for the presentation. Moving on to 7A, regular agenda items. Mr. Evans, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk.
Resolution number 2023-09, a resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Revere Beach Community Redevelopment Agency approving the amendment of limited joinder of CRA to the ground lease development agreement between the City of Revere Beach and Found Care, Inc. for operation of business incubators between the Revere Beach Community Redevelopment Agency, the City of Revere Beach, and Found Care, Inc., providing an effective date. The acceptance of public comment cards are now closed. Mr. Chair, we have 2 comment cards.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Motion for resolution number 2023-09.
Second.
Motion made and properly second. Mr. Jonathan Evans.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, at this time, I'm going to ask the Neighborhood Services Director, Ms. Anita Jenkins, to make this presentation.
Good evening, Chairperson Lawson.
Ms.
Anita
Jenkins.
Jenkins, Director of Neighborhood Services, and I'm here to seek approval of the resolution for the ground lease, the sublease to the ground lease for Found Care. As you know, on the city side, as well as the CRA side, you all have approved the initial ground lease with Found Care with the CRA as a limited joinder signer to the agreement. And we promised at the time that we came before you with the original ground lease that we would come back with the detailed sublease concerning the business incubator. The project, as you know, is one where the city has entered into an agreement with Found Care to bring a healthcare facility. And that process and that project is moving forward through the city's approval process. As part of the negotiation for the lease arrangement, Found Care agreed to construct a 20,000 square foot building, setting aside 5,000 square feet for a business incubator to be developed out by the CRA and implementing an incubator program which would be conducted and managed by the CRA. Found Care is a certified, federally qualified health center providing healthcare services typically furnished in an outpatient clinic. The federally qualified health centers are community-based healthcare providers that receive federal funds to provide primary care services. And as a matter of fact, if you've noticed, Found Care has started with some services in our community by placing the Found Care bus at City Hall several days during the week. In 2015, the city acquired the property on Broadway through a code enforcement foreclosure procedure and is now happy to see that project being developed. The lease provides that we will do the build out of the property, that Found Care will deliver a shell, and that we will have at least 2 small business emergent businesses within that facility. In the months of June or July, we will come back to you with more detail about the design, proposed design of the interior space, as well as detail about a proposed business incubator program. But tonight, we're asking for approval of the sublease agreement for this space. And I'll stop and see if there are any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. Madam Clerk, comments?
Delcia Brooke Hamilton, followed by Margaret Shepherd, I'm sorry.
I believe Ms. Delcia left. Ms. Shepherd?
Margaret Shepherd, Riviera Beach. I'm so glad to know that these resolutions are being put forth. I'm so happy with your decisions. It's time. It is time for us to move forward. And to hear what you're now contemplating, it gives us rest to know that we no longer have to go to West Palm Beach or Palm Beach Gardens to spend our money. I want my family, when they get off the boat from the Bahamas, to come here to Riviera Beach, because I do think it's the best city to live, work, and play. And I think that we will, with what's going on into the phase 2, the restaurants and different things that's going on, and whatever she was talking about, not clear. But I think that we're going to be exceptionally welcomed by people coming into our city. I was listening to Ms. Brooks talk about her
Ms. Shepherd?
restaurant.
Ms. Shepherd, it's the ground lease that we're on, this item.
About the ground lease. Am I talking about the ground lease?
No, you're talking about the marina development, but we're talking about the ground lease for Found Care.
Oh.
Yes, sir. This is the one for Found Care where with the incubator space.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Ms. Shepherd.
Wishing well.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Shepherd. Ms. Delcia Brooks? If you could state your name for the record, please.
Good evening. My name is Delcia Brooks Hamilton. It's been a while since I've been here. I've had the flu, like a lot of us. But congratulations to Doug for, being the chair. I didn't have a chance to congratulate you publicly.
Thank you.
You make a wonderful chair. You have a vision for the city, and you're very influential in moving the city forward. And I just want to say that I'm really excited that we're at this stage. I remember 2015, when I first started moving forward, 2023, now we're, the city can now benefit from from all these projects. And I'm pretty excited to be part of, this whole marina project.
Well, Ms. Delsey, I'm sorry, it's not the marina. We're on the
I
ground lease for
understand,
Found Care.
Exactly. I thought I was actually, putting in my card for that portion of it. So, okay, thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, Ms. Brooks, for your comments. Madam Clerk?
That is all.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner McCoy, go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. I know sometimes this is different between each commissioner, but why exactly would we need to bring this item back for the design? We authorize staff to execute the lease agreement between Found Care and the city of Riviera Beach, but I mean, how much are we getting down in the weeds? Because some things I would much rather not deal with and leave at the staff level, but I understand creating the incubator program, but what exactly would we need to concern ourselves with relative to the design of these incubator spaces?
It would just be a matter of information, just to bring you an update in terms of where we are as staff.
May I suggest an email to the commissioners, because I don't want to bring that to the meeting, and too often we get bogged down with other items. But if it's not going to be something that we need to deliberate on as a body, do we actually need to be involved in it?
Yes, sir.
And to that point of design, I'm just going to deviate very quickly. I thought we talked about this carpet being replaced at least a year ago. And speaking of design, I don't know if that's the color or that's dirt, but we need to work on that as well.
Commissioner, any other comments on the
I
ground
just
lease?
wanted to say it because we were talking about design.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ground lease? Colleagues? Mr. Evans, you can address that afterwards, but
Yes, but Mr. Chair, I do
please,
want
go ahead,
to,
Director.
and I think
Director
to
Evans.
Ms. Jenkins' point, the other part that is important to note is that the incubator space is going to be provided as a shell. And so as part of your fiscal year 24 budget, there will be monies that will be requested to be able to facilitate the build out there. So I think staff was bringing that to let you know that it's not going to be turnkey ready. We're going to have to make additional investments to facilitate what type of businesses are going to be in that space. And if you talk about a restaurant operation, that gets quite expensive as well. And so I think that was also contemplated in this item and items that would come before the board. But we can certainly truncate and eliminate items that have to come before you all. So you're not bogged down with informational reports. We can send correspondence via email.
Thank you, Director Evans. Commissioner McCoy, continue.
So, Mr. Evans, are you suggesting that we're going to set aside in our 23 budget dollars for the build out?
In your fiscal year 24 budget, yes, you'll be putting 23, 24 budget, not this fiscal year that we're getting ready to finish out, but next fiscal year.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner McCoy. Commissioner Pro Temp?
Yeah, I think it's like a sub-agreement to the ground lease. I really would like to see how this is built out, how this design looks, what we're contemplating putting in the incubation space, how it's going to look, what color is it. I think that we don't have to sit here and, debate that, but I think we certainly should be aware of how this project is going to look and how it's going to fit into that space and what we're going to put in it, how much we're going to spend, that kind of thing.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
You will be involved from the solicitation part because you are invariably going to be the ones that select the types of businesses and the types of uses that were in that space. But the build out and the investment will be predicated on who the successful individuals are to go ahead and receive those incubator spaces. Because if I have, for instance, a business that is a paint studio and they get that bid, they are going to want creative control as to what the colors of the walls are and those types of things. We're not going to get down to that granular, but you are going to be an investor in building out that space. So there is going to be some involvement, but I don't think to the degree where there's going to be the picking of furniture and colors or what have you, but you will be selecting the businesses that go in those spaces and approving the lease agreements and the terms and the like.
Colleagues, I did have a question, Ms. Jenkins. I see that construction is going to start fall 2023.
Yes, sir.
Where are we with the permitting process? Have we scheduled present to P and Z, or where? are we?
I understand that Found Care is moving through that approval process, and they're being very diligent and they're being very diligent. So they're anticipating the fall, being able to move ahead.
Okay.
And I know there may be questions about why will we be so far ahead in the process. We want to make sure that whatever is contemplated fits in with the construction schedule, et cetera, for the shell.
And you did explain that during the agenda review, so I appreciated that as to why it's coming early with the incubator space, but just making sure that they have all the support necessary on that side to get this construction done through the permitting process, because a lot of people are very excited, especially with the work they're doing now, being a part of the community. So any other questions, commissioners? Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Botel?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Pro Temp Lanier?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Motion favors. Motion in favor, 5-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 7B, please.
Discussion of micro business entrepreneurship program for CRA property located at 2635 Broadway. The acceptance of public comment cards are now closed. Mr. Chair, we have one public comment card.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair and members of the board, at this time, I'll ask the Director of Planning and Development, Mr. Scott Evans, to make this presentation.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Evans, go ahead.
Thank you. Again, good evening, Mr. Chair and CRA Board. This discussion there, it's working now. CRA staff is seeking guidance from the board on the subsequent steps for the micro business entrepreneurship program, which is currently housed at 2635 Broadway, and it's leased to the small local business Smoothie Me Please. The existing Smoothie Me Please small business, which is located there, has been successfully operating since their grand opening in January of 2021. The 3-year lease, which started in January of 2021, will expire at the end of this year. And they have submitted a request to the board to extend the lease. And they're requesting to extend it for 3 additional years. The business was selected by the CRA board for the existing 3-year lease through the entrepreneurship program. And the goals of the program are to stimulate economic growth within the CRA district, to activate the CRA-owned property, and to provide an opportunity for micro business owners to seeking to expand or start up their operations by moving into our space. And this provides a safe environment for local entrepreneur talent to be successful. And towards meeting this goal, we think the Smoothie Me business has been a great success. Future use or redevelopment of the site also influences the decision before you tonight that we're looking for feedback on. The total site is shown above, and this includes the 2635 space, which is where the Smoothie Me is currently operating. It also includes the Cash America, and on the corner is the Riviera Beach sign and the lawn area. And that total site is a little over half an acre. And given that the lease for the Cash America building will expire in November of 2024, to assist the board in considering the options for moving forward with leasing the 480 square foot portion, which is at 2635 at the north end, we wanted to go through the timeline of what a future redevelopment of the property, of the entire property, might look like. And that conceptual schedule would be in fall of this year. The board making a selection for their site redevelopment goals for what they want this overall site to become in the future. That could be followed by an RFQ for redevelopment being issued in January of 2024. In the summer of 2024, the schedule could include selection of a new developer and completing a development agreement for the site. And then in November of 2024, Cash America's lease expiring and then moving out, and the new selected developer making a site plan application to the city for the new project. In 2025, the project would look for the city council to review and consider their site plan for approval. They would develop their construction plans, and they would submit to try and get their building permits. Under that aggressive schedule, they still wouldn't be in a position to begin construction of their new project, which could start with demolition of the existing structures until 2026, which means the potential construction, since it won't start until early 2026, a 2-year lease for this space would not impact the redevelopment timeline if the board decided to proceed with a new development on the entire site, replacing both the 70-year-old Cash America building and the existing 2635 space. The possible options include renewing the lease with the Smoothie Me Please as requested by the business owner. They've provided a letter that's in the agenda backup. The request is for a 3-year lease at their existing lease rate, which is $585 a month. And we think this would slightly delay the redevelopment of the entire site if you proceeded at an aggressive time schedule. Another option would be to renew the lease with the existing Smoothie Me Please business owner at the market rate rent for a shorter term if you wanted to match up the potential redevelopment of the entire site with a 2-year lease. That wouldn't, and the market rate rent is fairly close to what the existing rent has been at $640 per month. It's a slight increase from their current rate, and we obtain that by hiring a property appraiser to prepare what the market rate rent would be for that site. I think the third option would be to initiate a new request for proposal if you wanted to identify a new micro business to move into the space. I think that would recommend, if you went in that direction, to delay redevelopment of the entire site by approximately a year, maybe a little less, which would allow a new micro business to get established, because we think that they would need at least 3 years to really grow their business and establish themselves as a new operation. So staff requests the board's direction on next steps. We would like to develop an action item, be it a lease extension based on board feedback for the existing Smoothie Me, or direction to initiate an RFP to find a new micro business. And so that completes my presentation.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Scott Evans. Madam Clerk, public comment?
Terrence Davis.
Welcome to the podium, Mr. Davis.
Hey, welcome. Good evening to everyone. Terrence Davis, River Beach resident. Happy to be here tonight. When I was on the CRA board, one of the things we took great pride in is we focus on our incubator businesses, growing into potential business like Smoothie Me has done so well. But we must take in consideration what happened during COVID. A lot of the business had about 2.5 year, chance to kind of transition back into the normal market rate. I look at the presentation that Mr. Evans did. He gave you some great options from what I see. My first time seeing it. One of the things I would take in consideration is when we look at our local residents, the 2-year lease with the 585, because what that allows you to do is, as you take time to make plans on how you're going to move forward, it gives you a 2-year lease with a 1-year renewal only if you want to execute it. But you still stay within the timeline of if you choose to move forward, any type of development. Because you got site plans, what you want to do. This stuff takes a lot of time. Interest rates are changing, so it's changing a lot of things that are going on. But I do support Smoothie Me. I do support local folks within 33404, which I call it, which we all live in. So many times we see folks come here for without the community and get everything that they want. But let's support our businesses that are locally here. And let's create and support other businesses so that she can transition someone else, so she can create space for someone else to come and have another business, or for you to move forward with your development. There's another item I speak on, but I can't do it right now. And I'll talk about why the two are so important to as you move forward. Let's not do it 1 year. Let's do a 2 year. Give her a chance to plan out and to work with you and your team on how she want to move forward. But I think the staff done a good job of giving you some good options. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Commissioners? Commissioner Lanier, go ahead.
I have a question about the, what was the original rate for the rent initially?
We had a tiered rent system. The first 6 months under their program, it was rent-free. And then after that, the rent went up based on if the Smoothie Me was successful. And that's actually in the agreement. I'm just going to look for that exact.
And I think that's probably the main question here. How do you measure success? How did you measure the fact that, tracking profit margins? And I mean, we've never seen a report or any kind of anything from this program. I think it's a good program. And I think we're doing a young lady a serious disservice in terms of how we have managed this program. It started out being an incubation program. It was supposed to get the person to be able to pay fair market rate rent. We're nowhere near there. There's supposed to be at least some assistance in terms of getting that person ready for the next step. And there is no transition plan as a part of the original one. I mean, even now, what you presenting this, there is no transition plan for the next business to come in. That was my biggest concern initially, was the fact that, you got somebody who's in this spot. They've built a following or built a business. They've, paying bills and rent in that particular spot. But then you don't tell us anything about the progress of the business, about if they're successful, are they making any money? I mean, we have nothing to measure the success of the program. So it's like we're just starting from the very beginning here. And this has happened with a lot of programs, not with just the CRA in the city, but we get to the end of the road and we have no monthly reports, we have no reporting. We don't even see the people who are involved with the program. So this is just, I voiced my frustration early in the agenda review, because I think that this is a serious disservice to the people who are in that building, that they were not given any assistance. I mean, not even saying, hey, come to the council, talk to the council, tell them how your business is going. This is our profit margin. We made this amount of money last year versus this year. None of that. So it's almost like we're starting a whole new program over again, because we have no clue as to if the program was successful or not.
Are you done?
Thank you for your comments, Commissioner Lanier. Mr. Evans, Jonathan, or Scott, did you guys want to respond to any of that?
Yes, in the second year, the rent was set to automatically go up to $400 per month. And then in the third year, if the business records a 15% profit, the rent would go up to $550 plus tax. And so that in this case, we did not ask the owner to provide the records of their profit, because she just automatically agreed to pay. She said that she was doing well and was successful, and that she agreed to pay the $550. So if she hadn't been profitable and she had been struggling, she could have provided us those records if she didn't want the rent to go up.
Thank you. And to that point, and I couldn't agree with Commissioner Lanier more, because I feel like we've completely dropped the ball in this incubator program. And that didn't even answer a portion of the question, because just her saying that she's being successful doesn't give any feedback to this incubator, any details. We have no insight, no quarterly, annually updates from what's happening. And we just approved a lease for another space for 5,000 square feet. But I think the management of this last one was done very poorly. So if she's doing well, I'm excited, but we don't know how we can improve on it for the next incubator to come in, or what worked for her, what didn't work, or what support she needed. So I think that we need to really vet this out moving forward. Tonight we are just talking about the lease and the determination as to what we're going to do with her, but I wouldn't trust to bring another business in there, and I'd be concerned with even addressing putting another business in that space, because I don't think we've built out this program properly. So I think working with the current tenant until we figure out what we want to do with rebuilding that space. But I'll have some additional comments, but I will let my colleagues, Councilwoman Botel, I believe you had a comment. Go ahead.
Thank you. You done?
No, not, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilwoman.
No, I'll
go ahead,
ahead.
Councilwoman Botel, and come back to Ms. Lanier.
Maybe it's
Go
good
ahead,
you're not
yes.
done. I just want to agree with you. Maybe I won't agree with you when you're done. I agree with you completely. I also am concerned because we've just said Found Care is going to have 5,000 square feet, as you said, and how are we going to manage that program? I would like to know what advice she's been given. You know, does she know now, if we were to say, and I hope we don't say that we're terminating her lease and she has to leave. I'm in favor of keeping her there until we can use the property. I am not in favor of stalling the development of the property because we have somebody in that space. I'm in favor of moving forward with the development of the property, but giving this young lady an opportunity to learn what it is she needs to know in order to make herself successful in a new space, in a new physical space. And I guess my question is that, what advice are we giving her? What guidance have we given her with regard to, how to move on? If she's been successful, that's wonderful. But is she going to be successful enough when she has to pay real market rate rent? That's what I wonder. And maybe there has been a program. Maybe she's been given advice and I just don't know about it. So I'd like to know that. And I'd like to know, stepping back to Found Care, what's the program going to be for the people who occupy those business incubator spaces? Are we going to just say, okay, you're successful, you're not, that's up to you? No, it's up to us. If we're giving them the space to operate in, I think it's up to us to be sure they're successful. I mean, I would think that's part of a good business incubator program. So in a nutshell, what I'm saying is, I think that we need to keep her in place there. First of all, it would take an inordinate amount of time for us to put out a new RFP, to find somebody else, to get them in there. By the time we do all that, we'll be knocking the place down to develop it. I'd rather see her be in there until we want to develop the site. So keep her there, give her the market rate rent, and let her continue to be doing good work, but make sure that we're counseling her so that when she does have to move on, she has some guidance about where to go and how to do it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Evans, go ahead.
Yes, our program doesn't have any transition. So I think as we proceed, we'll need to implement some sort of transition planning. We'll need to do it at the Found Care site also.
Yeah.
We did, as a part of participating in the program, she did go through our entrepreneurship program, which helps small business owners. And that was a requirement, which she completed. So that was good. But I think that towards one of the things I'd like the board's feedback on is towards developing that transition, towards helping prepare, would be something like a business consultant to spend time not only looking at her profitability, her business, and then maybe to make plans for future phasing. Is that something that you think that would be helpful for us to bring in and add as a resource?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Well, I did cut off Commissioner Lanier earlier. She had some comments, and then Mr. Evans, and then Commissioner Botel.
I just want to say this. I want to be clear that the CRA dropped the ball with this. This has been almost over 4 years, because when I first came on the board 4 years ago, this was something that I voted on. And I voted no because I felt like at the time that this program was not going to do what it said it was going to do in terms of working with these small business owners. And other small business owners who competed for that space did not get an opportunity to come in after that because you didn't even prepare the person in there to be able to move forward. So If we're talking about a 5,000 square foot space for incubation, we need to have a program that talks about transition, that talks about helping people to be able to look at moving to the next spot. We need to make sure that we're helping this young lady move to another spot. And that should have been done along the 3 years. She'd have been ready now. So now the person who probably was waiting to get in that spot can't do it. And we should not have this. If the business is successful, she should be moving towards something bigger and better. So I agree with, assisting her in the transitioning. And at the end of 2 years, you move her to where she needs to go, but she needs to get the assistance. That's the purpose of incubation. That's the purpose of micro business, to be able to help the person to get bigger. So yeah, I really did not like this, even in the agenda review, because this was basically a waste of time and a waste of this young lady's time, not being able to move from one step to the next. And we're talking about her lease, and it's just not a good look for the city.
Mr. Evans?
Mr. Chair, whenever.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Certainly before I think we expend any additional dollars, we have our new business and economic development professional that's been here. This is her 3rd day on the job. And so I think she will have the opportunity to sit down and have conversations, and we can facilitate building out a more robust program. One of the things that, and I can say, and staff can correct me if I'm wrong, is that when the program was contemplated, I don't think it called out for some of the specificities in there. And so we didn't want to add any additional requirements of businesses, because when they read the 4 corners of the documents, it says, well, why do I have to provide you that information? It wasn't in the original solicitation or what have you. So as we look to revamp the program, as we take a look at the incubator spaces that we're looking to bring online, those are things that we can put in place to ensure that there's a transition plan, maybe even a situation where monies is set aside as a portion of the rent to facilitate the moving of the space. And so we can build out certain things that have some of those accountability measures. Maybe it's a written report that's provided to the board quarterly on the financial conditions of the agent or of the outfit. And so we can build that. But I know with our new economic development professional and staff, we can get the program similar to what other entities are doing. And we obviously can look at what other success stories have been to make sure ours mirrors that.
Thank you, Director Evans. I'm going to go to Councilwoman Miller Anderson. She hasn't had a chance to speak. Then Councilman McCoy, and then I believe Councilwoman Botel, you has some additional follow-ups. But Councilwoman Miller Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. With this program, I know when we first developed it, it was for us to be able to provide the support to small businesses, and obviously we want to try to help as many people as we can. I do understand that, if we're trying to redevelop that area, we don't want to bring in someone new. And then obviously with the issues that's being brought up now about the support not being there, obviously we have to get ourselves together in terms of what the expectation is before we bring into another group. But I do understand about the pandemic, being around. And so what I would support would be to do the 1 year with the possibility of doing the extension for another year, not locking ourselves into 2 years, but doing the one with the possibility of a renewal for the next year, and then simultaneously moving forward with the redevelopment part. And that way we know where we are, so we're not locked into anything. And when I say locked in, I mean, I know we're not totally locked in, but my point is 1 year would provide us an opportunity to see where we're going, if we're going to get anywhere with the redevelopment, number one. Number two, being able to provide her additional support. Because when we did this program and we selected the owner, the particular business, there were others that were interested in it. And this is something that had been going on for many years that, you know, we weren't able to support as many businesses as we probably would like to. And I just think that if we go ahead and do 2 years, we're essentially talking about 5 years, and we just have one business that we're supporting. And I don't think that was the purpose of us doing that. With the support, and I know Mr. Evans mentioned about this business owner going through our business program, that was part of the support. You know, I do recognize that. But we know that when this whole thing was being done with the renovation of the building, there were delays, there were a number of things going on. I don't know if the person who was over it at the time was really involved in it, or he was just over the part with the building, or he was supposed to be handling a little more than just the building, but also the actual program. Because there were a lot of issues that I thought was going on that prolonged all of this. So it was kind of rocky from the beginning, and I take that into account in terms of providing that additional year. But I don't want to do 2 years automatically without knowing where we're going with the development. So I can support a year with the possibility of a renewal. And if we're going to provide additional support, we can do that to a certain extent now. And then that way, within that year, we can see whether or not some progress has been made. Because I asked that question too about the word, what the definition of success, you know? How do we know, you know, well, it was because she was able to pay the $500 and some dollars, but, you know, that wasn't, you know, that wasn't a good answer for me. But I think is fair, and I think at the same time it provides us the opportunity to be able to move forward with what we're trying to do if that's the direction we're going to be going in with the redevelopment. So that's where I am with it.
Thank you, Commissioner Miller. And Commissioner McCoy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to first start with a question. So on your slide, Mr. Scott Evans, you showed the 3 options, and then the first one indicated that there would be a delay. Are we able to get that back up? It said that there would be a delay if we went with option 1, and I believe that was the 3-year lease. However, it appeared that the timeline didn't set forth demolition and construction until 2026, I believe it was.
Back, Walter.
Here I can.
Go back.
So
One more. That's it.
And before you answer that question, then also looking at the third option, it appears to say, it says delay redevelopment. What's estimated in delay on the third option as far as the amount of time that would be set back?
Well, I think it will take 2.5 years from now, or 2 years from January of 2024, based on this schedule, before we could start demolition. So for at least 2 years, the site could be utilized. That would be the absolute soonest that we would be in a position to build something new on the site if the board moved through that process. If we gave them a 3-year lease, then potentially we would be delaying construction by somewhere between 8 months and a year, since we could theoretically be ready to go in 2026. And a 3-year lease would go through 2027.
Okay. So, all right, that's pretty interesting, and I think very much subjective, especially being that we don't even know what we're gonna decide to do at that corner. I've been told we only know how to put down 3 palm trees and a patch of grass, so I'm very eager to dispel that because I think certainly that is a primary street here, or at least a primary intersection. Now, to the option, to the point that was made about us dropping the ball, I looked at both the lease agreement and I guess the program description of the micro business entrepreneurship program, and I don't see, similar to what I heard the CRA executive director say, what exactly outside of us providing subsidized exactly our role or duty. And looking at the agreement, I think we fulfilled our end of the agreement as far as the incubator part. There was never really any indication that we should have been provided technical assistance. And if I was the tenant, I would certainly consider that when entering into this lease, because some things, a person doesn't necessarily feel obligated to divulge with government. I think certainly if you provide the space as laid out in the agreement and in the RFP, I would think at a minimum that should suffice. Now, looking at the agreement, nothing in here that I've seen spoke to specifically, what that success looks like we said earlier. However, there is this program document that's listed in Exhibit A that says that should have been a responsibility of the project manager or agency representative to, ask or request for semi-annual performance reports. And that would constitute, a breach if they did not provide it. But to that point, right, even if she did, what does the project manager do with that information, Mr. Scott Evans, in a best case scenario if this program was working as intended? Because we really don't know. Okay, so I would.
Yes, yeah, I don't know.
Agreed. Okay, good. We're on the record. Like when you go to court, we want to make sure that you verbalize it. So to that point, right, I don't know that I necessarily would want to dive down into an individual's finances, especially from a startup business, right? What these individuals had to do was produce financial statements, and they also had to, go through and submit a proposal. And provided that their revenues are going to be, a requirement was that they had to have revenues less than $100,000 for the year and been in operation for less than 3 years. I don't know that I understand my role as an elected official, one to pry down into what the personal finances. I believe if we're going to create a program that's about providing incubator space, I'm okay with that. But then to ask someone to open up their books, for that space, I just don't know if I can agree with that, because some things, are proprietary. Now, obviously, if we can assert similar to what she did and she acknowledged, okay, well, I'm operating at a sufficient amount, absent of any request for financials, but I'm operating at a sufficient amount, so I don't think it's necessary. I will go ahead and forego it. I don't see a problem with that, because some things you just want to keep to your chest. If she came up with some sort of groundbreaking invention, and that now have boosted her growth, beyond the $100,000, do we want to now say to that small business, no, now you have to leave the program? I don't think that that's what the intent is. And I don't want to pry beyond what's necessary to fulfill this program. So I don't know that I agree with that. And I think we all should consider just what our role is as government. If we want to provide technical assistance, I'm all for it. And I had that same thought that we need to hire a business analyst or someone to do that. But certainly I wouldn't want anyone on our staff to do it, simply because it creates that separation with the organization and, your finances. At least there is a more or less a confidentiality, or utilizing a certified public accountant or something to the extent to verify what that looks like and report back, similar to what happens with our audited financial statements, as opposed to furnishing that information to government or the CRA for that matter. I just think that's not necessary, because there could be silent partners or other investors, and I just don't know if that's what our intent is. So I'm okay with doing 2 years, and I just don't see, in looking at the 3 different options, how the third option would only merely delay it by 8 months, when certainly we haven't even came up with a conceptual design at this point. And then if the lease doesn't expire until January of 2024, I find that very hard to believe that that'll be delayed. especially considering the next item that's on the agenda that has been outstanding since 2016. So I'm okay with 2 years because, even at a year, I think you're going to have to account for some transition time and what that looks like. So that's my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comments, Commissioner. Commissioner Botel, any additional ones?
I think I've said what I had to say.
Thank you. Well, my comments would be in line with my colleagues. I do recall that when we actually passed this, we were probably a few weeks into being elected back in 2019 when we had this discussion, and we talked about as a small business owner, even myself, talked about the capital investment and the rental amount. And I'm not sure if that business would have been successful with what was originally outlined, because if you do recall, we changed it from an initial investment of her own capital of over $30,000 and a starting rate of upwards of $700 monthly. And we reduced it with no capital investment and a minimal amount. I think we have to really take a deep look into what this incubator program is expected. I agree with my colleague, Commissioner McCoy. What does success look like? Do we attach a CPA to it? Do we look at financials? Do we not? But we have to do something. We have no plan and process, and we have no direction as to what we're going to do with our next incubator. And thank God she was successful. But imagine if she would have failed with some of the original terms. Some of the business owners on this dais at the time advocated for a small business owner and gave her support. Looking at our plan, 2 years is the bare minimum that I think that we have to do, because you look at Blue Lagoon 2016, you look at 11th Street before I was elected. These are some of the projects that we're still talking about. So realistically, it's aggressive to say that we're going to have construction and demo in 2026 when we haven't even conceptualized what this is going to look like on that corner. And we're still waiting on 2600 East Blue Heron across the street, which currently has sand and has lawn and palm trees. So I'm supportive of the 2 year. I'm supportive of building out and discussing with that current vendor or that current business, what does it look like to provide support? What type of feedback? Building a program out with somebody that's been there. And then also making sure that we assist with a transition period or process to possibly look at the incubator space we're creating at Found Care or at the Marina and look at other opportunities that we can kind of move them into. Because we're going to really have to create a strong program if we're getting 10,000 square feet or 5,000 square feet of incubator space at Found Care. And then I'm sure there's going to be a lot of opportunities at the Marina project that we approved tonight as well. So I think this is a good direction for us to sit down as commissioners individually and then come back to the board with better ideas for the next incubator program. That was my comments. And if we have any other comments, commissioners?
Yeah, I just wanted to.
Commissioner Lanier, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say that I agree with the 2 years and the 1 year and the 1 year renewal, with the renewal option being the transition year. But also too, we need to do what the program says. If we're going to look at it, we need to be able to try and get the individual to fair market rate rents. So in order to do that, we need to put something in place that happens, because when it does end, that person needs to be in a position to be able to do that. The city invested, $33,000 with just the build out, and they're probably recouped about 19,000 of that. But the thing about it is that this is business. This is business, and this is a business that we're trying to help to succeed. But we want to be able to put that person on square footing when they leave this program. And looking at a person's net worth or their books is the very nature of an incubator program. So I think that what we want to do is, we don't want to get in people's quote unquote business, but we do want to make sure that it is a fair agreement so that the next person who comes in can get that same fair treatment.
Thank you, Commissioner. So from the board, I've heard from Ms. Miller Anderson a 1 year. I've heard 2 years. Are we going to have a motion, or do we want some direction for Mr. Scott Evans so that we can bring something back to the table? Because I know that you want to bring something back to us to move forward.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Miller Anderson,
I
Commissioner
said
McCoy.
1 year with the possibility of renewal. For
1
another
year with a possible 1 year renewal, correct. Commissioner McCoy?
I want to follow what Pro Tem said, 2 year with the 1 year option.
Go ahead, Commissioner McCoy. 2 year with 1 year?
I think that's what you just stated.
1 year.
No, that's not what you just
You said 2 year, 1 year, because I wrote it down.
When I said 2 years, I mean 1 year. The next year is the renewal. So that 2 years.
Okay.
Okay. I like a 2 year option.
2-year, Councilman Botel, I'm supportive of a 2-year, it's a 2-year outright, and we can plan for what that looks like, because I just don't want to have the same discussion again. I want to build it out properly. I want staff to really just kind of vet this out. I don't want to be back at the table in 12 months when I know that we're not going to be ready to do anything with the site. Talking about the same thing again in 12 months, it doesn't make sense. Let's do the 2-year, let's do it the right way. Let's get some quarterly or semi-annual updates and then move forward from there, because having the same discussion again, colleagues, in a year, to just say, let's extend it for another year is going to be wasted of an agenda item.
We'll need that in a motion.
Mr. Chair.
Hold on, guys. Attorney Smith and then Commissioner Botel. Go ahead.
If you're going to go with that option, you need Commissioner Miller Anderson to make that as a motion, or whoever's going to make that.
I think we're just having discussion now as
Okay,
to what options we have, see what the consensus, and then we're going to have a motion after that. Attorney Smith, thank you. Commissioner Botel.
Yeah, I just want to make it clear that my concern is not putting anything in the way of development. So if something were to happen and we were ready to develop in a year and a half, let's say, which is probably unlikely, but I wouldn't want to put anything in the way of that. So I think there might need to be a stipulation that says that the CRA and the city have the right to move forward when the time comes that it's appropriate for us to do so.
Thank you, Commissioner Botel. Commissioner Lanier, go
Sure,
ahead.
I think that's the same as saying the 1 year and the 1 year renewal, and that's a 2-year max.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
So, colleagues, do we have a motion to put on the table?
A motion to extend this contract by 1 year and 1 year renewal, 2 years max, and then provide assistance to the business to be able to do the transition.
And the rate.
Chair.
Did we have a second?
A second.
Okay, discussion? Ms. Miller Anderson, go ahead.
The amount, is it going to be the market rent? What's listed there, the 640?
640 per month.
I think we need to work our way up to, we can't just say pay this amount next month. I think we need to work our way up to fair market rate rents.
So what's your amount, what's the amount and you're putting in your motion?
Yeah. Motion to, we can escalate the rents to fair market rent, starting in 6 months. So that gives the person time to know that this is coming.
So it's going to be the 585, what it currently
I think we
is?
need to start at 640 and then we escalate from there.
No, the
I believe-
640 was the
640
max.
is the market rate.
Yeah.
That's the
Oh,
market
that's the
rate.
max, okay. So then, yeah, we can do that, escalate to the 640.
So 585?
Is that 585?
That's the, up there, that's the current.
Whatever the
585.
current is escalating to the 640.
Colleagues, I believe the 585 is what she's requesting. I'm not sure what the current
is-
rent is, but she's requesting 585. What is the current rent, Mr. Scott Evans?
It's 550 plus 7%, whatever the percentage sale tax is. So it's about 585.
Commissioner Botel, you had a comment down there? No?
No,
Okay.
you were saying that we needed to give her time, which she does have between now and January.
Okay, all right.
So
What's the amount, 640? Or the 585?
Well, I mean, if you say 640 is market, that's really not true because it's $24 a square feet for fair market rent in commercial space. So that really isn't it, but that's another story. So let's look at what we have on the table. We're looking at the 1 year with the 1 year renewal, which is a 2 year max. And then we can escalate the rent to the 640 from the 585.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. McCoy, go ahead.
Thank you. Actually, the square footage is 480, and then that rate is $16 a square foot instead of 24. I'm not sure where that came up from, but I'm looking at the appraisal. That's where it's at. But Mr. Scott Evans, I was going to ask you, do you know, and please, if you don't, it's quite all right, what the square footage, what's the rate we're getting per square foot for the building next door to the south, the pawn shop?
No, I don't know that. I could look it up and email it out. but I don't have access to that right now.
So that'd be really interesting, because if they're locked in at a special rate, I mean, do we now consider a smaller outfit, which is on the same parcel, to be extraordinarily higher than whatever that rate is that's set forth with the pawn shop?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Director Evans, go ahead.
I believe that that particular space was under the incubator program, where the pawn shop was what the lease calls for. So I think there is a significant cost difference as it relates to what the pawn shop pays in cost per square versus what the incubator space is, if I'm not mistaken. Because Mr. Evans, what we did is when we acquired it, we maintained the lease rate or for the pawn shop.
Yes, and it's certainly at market rate. And then when we renewed the lease, we renewed it at the new market rate. So I would believe that the pawn shop is at a higher rate than.
Mr. Chair?
Councilwoman Botel, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to suggest, I think that we need a little bit more. I might make a recommendation that Chair Pro Tem withdraw her motion, if she would, just to give staff an opportunity to come back to us with some more information about what the market rate really is and whether or not we are in the ballpark here. We can certainly do this at our next meeting. There's plenty of time between now and January, it seems to me, as long as we sort of have an idea and the current tenant knows what our intentions are. But moving forward, I think that it would behoove us to have the right information about what the current market rate is, and that should come from staff after consideration of what's available in the market.
Mr. Chair.
And to that follow-up, hold on, Mr. Evans, to that follow-up, I think that they were using the appraisal that's in the backup, Commissioner Botel, just for the market rate. So they have determined that the market rate is currently at the 640. The $16, when I saw it, I thought it was low as well, but that is what the appraiser did provide for us in regards to $16 at the 488 square feet. So, Director Evans, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, it would be our recommendation if we can get clarity from direction from the board, because what we don't want to have is we do the research and we come back and then we have to come back again. And then it takes a month to put together these agenda items in the best case scenarios. So we don't want a situation where it prolongs it and then next thing you know, the agreement expires and then it's a whole nother set of circumstances. So, you know, it would be our recommendation whether the board go from between that 585 to that 640, whatever rate you're comfortable with for the term that the board articulated, because what we want to bring back is modifications to the program, performance matrix in the lease agreement with the new lease rate for the term that's articulated from the board. We want to do it in one fell swoop. We don't want to come back and do it multiple times.
I'm sorry, Chair.
Commissioner Lanier, go ahead.
I just, well, the lease motion can stay on the floor because I don't want to leave here without that being secure, that the young lady is in that spot and she knows that she'll be there for however long. So I still want the motion to stay in terms of 1 year and 1 year renewal with the 2-year max. I think that we need to do that tonight, and then we can always come back and look at how we're going to look at the rent and then the square footage and all of that stuff.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Miller Anderson, go ahead.
But I don't understand why we need to do that with the amount when we are saying it's 640, the market rate is 640, correct? Okay, so that's what it is. That's what it is. And I think Dr. Botel pointed out, it doesn't expire. The current one doesn't expire until January. So you have from May until January to remain at the 580, somewhere around there, right? And then at the beginning of January with the new one, it would be the 640.
Yeah.
So you want to, whoever.
I'll amend that to include that information about the 585 to the 640 starting in January. That is the amendment to that motion.
Any additional comments, commissioners? Commissioner McCoy, go ahead.
So, you know, I want to make sure, because I was trying to ask a few questions and then I guess other questions came up from the other members, but the motion originally included with the assistance, what does the assistance look like with transitioning? I don't know what that means, but that's what was stated in the motion. And if there's a dollar amount associated to it, then I think we need to have that very much on the record. That's the first part. So can that be clarified? And I want to be allowed a follow-up after.
Yes, Commissioner. Who you directing the question to? Mr.
The maker of
Jonathan?
the motion, what the transition assistance looks like. Because
Commissioner
I mean,
Lim-
assistance means we open the door and kick you out. I don't know what assistance means. I mean,
Commissioner
No,
Lemire?
when I was talking about the transition, I was thinking of the actual program itself because it has not been built out. There is no transition plan. I was saying that we need to be able to do that, and it needs to be a transition plan regardless. And what that looks like is something that the CRA can hash out. But I don't think that we should not say that we don't need that, because that's the purpose of the program, is to get someone in, someone out, someone in. So there needs to be some type of transition plan for that. Now, what that looks like, sir, I'm not sure.
So let's go ahead and remove that, because that gives this impression that transition assistance could mean you're offering relocation expenses. I don't know, but if you don't clarify it, I think, to the manager's point, they have to have something, but I would take it as we need to just strike that altogether if there's not a specific, anything specific that we're going to associate it with it.
That's fine. I'll take that out.
Mr. Chair, follow up.
Go ahead, Councilman, Commissioner McCoy.
So, I can appreciate the vice chair and then Commissioner Miller Anderson carrying this conversation forward about what that rent rate looks like and offering these amendments. But, I want to kind of take you back a step forward. Two reasons. Number one is this is an incubator program. While I think she may have agreed and concurred with the 585, I don't know if I actually agree with the 640, because at that point, it's not incubator, that's market rate. So, what are we talking about? Let's just get rid of it. And then the notion that we're gonna, Mr. Evans, I didn't understand what that meant. And you said we're gonna now do a new agreement with matrices. Why would we do that if she's she's off of the climax and she's going down? Again, I gotta reinforce that me as a personal business owner, I don't want government looking in on what I'm doing. So in that realm, what else do we need to offer and provide in terms of matrices and assistance, technical in the nature, for a business that is literally going to be exiting the program?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead, Director Evans.
What we don't want is a situation whereby the program is criticized or staff is criticized because there is, as articulated, updates or information that's not provided. For us, we would like the agreement to be as simplistic and as clean as possible, so we can focus on, and the business owner can focus on providing that particular service. So that was in response to some of the comments that the board said. And if the board wanted those elements, that's something that can be provided for. It would be our desire to have it very clean, neat, and succinct, because it just adds additional work and adds additional responsibilities for staff to have to track or be involved in those things.
Thank you. Follow up.
Go ahead.
So, I think much of what was stated was off of some misinformation, but to suggest that we dropped the ball in looking at the agreement, there was no responsibility that was explicitly laid on the CRA to do any technical monitoring or to do anything like that. In fact, I wouldn't want to do that. From a commissioner standpoint, that is so intrusive. We already require, right, for good reason, when we have our facade improvement and property improvement programs, that they show or demonstrate their ability to pay for it and, provide their financials. But this, in essence, is not the same exact thing. If they're going to be in the space, then they're in the space. And I think the subsidization or subsidizing of the rent less than market rate is the basis for the program. And it was, again, I got to remind you, it was a pilot. This is the first program. So I don't necessarily think it was doom and gloom or it was bad as it was portrayed by the vice chair. I just think we've learned that if this is going to be something that the board chooses, perhaps I think we should do that going forward. And I want to be cautious about this, because going forward, I think it should be someone that's dedicated outside of the organization that provides some sort of financial opinions or something like that. But certainly it should not be anything. And I think what should be considered, Mr. Evans, because, there is also, similarly, as an attorney client privilege, you also have an accountant client privilege. But I think certainly if we choose, we should, set aside funds so that this is a great, I think, technical assistance portion that they are able to engage a certified public accountant, if we use dollars that's set aside. That way the allegiance is with the accountant and the client, and then they, under, their license, certifies the financial statements were accurately presented. That way we don't have to dive down into a person's profit margin, because do I really care what she's able to sell a banana for that she's paid 26 cents for? Like, that's not what I want to do as a commissioner. Let's make the opportunities available for individuals and make a business flourish, because I just think, where do you draw the line is my whole point. But certainly I said that to digress back a second. I want to make sure that we understand, if we move to 640, this is not, or no longer, an incubator space. And I think to ask for financials is just completely way out of bounds if you're charging the same thing. And what we're doing here now, if we're going to charge market rate, we might as well try to see if we can make an addendum to Cash America and ask them what their finances are. I just think that's more than necessary and out of bounds.
So I did have some comments to follow up. Commissioner Botel, Commissioner Lanier, and then Commissioner Miller Anderson. Go ahead, Commissioner Botel.
I don't think I have anything else to say. I think I've chosen that
Thought I
we
heard
should.
your comments. I apologize. Go ahead, Commissioner Lanier.
I just wanted to say that there was a part of the contract that said the performance review analysis by the CRA to provide recommendations. That was not done. And I still stand by the point that this was 3 years of subsidized rent. We did not know about the success or failure of the program for the whole 3 years. So that's not the individual in the space's fault. That's the fault of the staff not being able to provide information to us in regards to what those performance review analysis says.
Any other comments, Commissioner?
That's it.
Commissioner Miller Anderson?
But thank you. For the motion that we're making, that is not asking for the financials.
No.
What were you referring to?
Well, Mr. Evans suggested, because he was getting, because there was criticism of whether this program was being properly executed, he offered to say that we're going to create a program where there's matrix build out. So, his team, his agency is not subjected to the criticism of them not doing their responsibility, when technically, number one, it's not exactly spelled out in there what that looks like. It calls for her to furnish it. But remember, that project manager position has been vacant for quite some time, and I think we just have someone. So, without pointing the blame at anybody, he also came back and said, we would much rather have a very simplistic process where you don't have to get down in the nuts and bolts, and you just make us, a very standard, this is the price per square foot, and that's it. And they collect the money. They don't have to concern themselves with a person's financial statements. But I just don't think that we should talk about the matrix that the manager is proposing if we're going to charge market rate. That doesn't make sense, because she's at this point being situated like Cash America Pawn Shop. If they're paying market rate, we don't ask for theirs. So why should we ask for hers? I mean, she's out of the incubator period, more or less, if you're going to charge her market rate. Now, if you want to have this conversation about, perhaps those matrices, then I would offer that we need to go back to what she agreed to, the 585. Just don't change this midstream and expect that everybody wants to now furnish up all their records.
Right.
So,
I mean,
Councilwoman, go ahead. Commissioner, sorry.
For this particular motion, though, for me, it's just staying with what is currently the contents of the current agreement in place, but increasing it, the amount, and then just doing the 1 year with the 1 year renewal, not adding or changing anything outside of that.
I believe that's the motion. There was a few caveats and corrections that were made, and we're to that level now where the motion is the 1 year with the 1 year renewal. The price point, I think, is the concern that was still on the table. There was discussion between the 640, the 580, the 550 she's paying. So I think the motion doesn't include the rental rate, and Commissioner McCoy's concern is that we're going to be charging market rate. So we still have some unreadiness, because I agree with Commissioner McCoy when it comes to the market rate, because if this is an incubator program, then we need to continue to provide some type of rental assistance if that market rate is the 640. But at the same time, we have to build out an incubator program, because if we're going to provide some type of subsidy, we need to have structure to it. So if staff can go back and take a look at what other incubator programs are doing across the nation, if we can build out a proper program moving forward. For this item, though, it was originally an incubator. It is still a small business that we do not have semi-annual project reports. So I think proposing and going with the 585 that was requested by the tenant, since that is the partner that we have at the table, would be my recommendation for the 2-year lease. If our colleagues are going to only be submitted to 1 year with a 1-year renewal, I can accept that. But again, like I said, we'll just be here at the table again talking about the same thing in 12 months. So I would be in support more so at going at a reduced, below market rate, because if we're just going to go to market rate, then it's no longer an incubator. It's just us renting our space out. So there were a few concerns that we've still addressed, and I just want to give staff clear direction. And then also, Mr. Evans, a follow-up for that. If we can come back to the table with some details about some incubator programs, especially with Found Care coming on the table, compared to what other arenas or what other municipalities are doing, and then give us some direction, because Commissioner McCoy believes that we shouldn't be looking into financials. I disagree with that. I think that we need to be providing some quarterly or semi-annual help, because these new incubators may need that additional help to get them moving. So they're not just kind of, you're throwing them out in the water and just hoping that they swim. I don't expect that with every business. Thank God this business did it. But if this is a true incubator, then we need to do it the right way and figure out what the right way is. So let's take time to vet that out. But for this tenant, let's just get a lease in place. Let's give staff direction, then we go from there.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Miller Anderson, go ahead.
I'm fine with the 585, 1 year renewal 1 year with the possibility of renewal for another year. If the maker of the motion and the second wants to.
Commissioner Lanier, you made the motion.
Yes, I made the motion for 1 year, 1 year renewal, the 585, and then we started with the 640 or the market rate in January. Is that not right?
Well, I was saying, I'm listening to their arguments. I think that's a $55 difference. And it is 10:11.
Oh.
And we have another item to do.
All right, very good.
I'll pay the
We'll do
$55
the,
every month if that's good, because it's time.
We'll do
Yeah.
the suggestion of the 1 year lease, 1 year renewal, starting with the 585.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Botel?
I'm fine with that.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second, colleagues. We're okay with that. Madam Clerk? Director Evans, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I just need clarity, because you said starting with 585. Is it contemplated that there will be an
585,
escalator,
yes.
or
585.
or 585 across the board for the
585,
2-year term?
1 year with a 1 year
year and 1
renewal
year.
is what
At
they
585.
have on the table. Colleagues, I would look for a 2 year, but if we're going to do a 1 year with a 1 year renewal,
So before we do that,
Commissioner
right?
McCoy, go ahead.
Because I literally just had a conversation with the assistant city manager and also the development services director about this new provision that happened with the county last year with notice. So, Mr. Smith, let's just take this for a second. If we do it 1 year, right, and something fascinating happens where we just fast track on development, what kind of notice is reasonable in a lease agreement like this? Because if we give her a 1 year lease agreement, we'll be back here, and do we give somebody 6 months? I mean, it's not like a traditional apartment. You're moving a business. So like what is the notice requirement? And if we choose to exercise, terminating after that 1 year, then the notice requirements needs to also be spelled out in this
Yeah,
agreement.
for a commercial to move a business, industry standards is about 6 months that you're not going to renew. It can be between 6 months or 3 months for a business to be notified that we're not going to renew the lease. We're not going to exercise that option.
So to that point, Mr. Chair,
go ahead, Commissioner.
I would like to see if we can have that incorporated in. I don't know that we need to re-modify the motion, but I think the attorney and administration can execute the putting that provision in, since that is standard. So I just want to make sure that.
Is it not already in there from Chair?
What was that?
Is
Sorry,
it
what was
not,
the
is it
seven?
not already, it wouldn't have been in there already?
Yeah, it would have been in there, but I think what in preparing the lease, I would have put 6 months based on your discussion, but if there's a different time frame, I'll
I
take
mean, because
that.
that's kind of where we are somewhat now. I mean, we're doing this now 6 months in
Any
advance.
lease that I prepare would have that in for a business.
So reasonable notice, we put into the terms of the lease 6 months?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Attorney Smith. Commissioners, any other? Commissioner,
She's modifying.
Commissioner
We need to
Lanier,
extend.
modify to incorporate that?
No. I mean, it's a 1 year with a 1 year renewal. If it doesn't get renewed, then they'll be notified. That's just it. And I'm gonna keep the motion like it is.
I think the
And,
comment was just for reasonable notice to terminate during the 1 year. So that's where I believe Commissioner McCoy, you stated the reasonable notice of 6 months? Correct. So that's where they wanted to incorporate that into the
So in
motion.
6 months, she'll be given notice whether she's gonna be there or not. Is that what you're saying?
To terminate the lease, a reasonable notice of 6 months.
So that would mean when? If you're talking about 1 year, 1 year renewal, when would that
Go ahead,
mean?
Attorney Smith.
It would be 6 months notice that we are not going to renew. It wouldn't be a termination of the lease because the lease will be for 1 year. And then within that 1 year, if we figure we're not going to renew, if something happens, we'd give a 6-month notice that we're not going to renew your lease.
6 months, I mean, that we have a year, 12 months is the term of the lease with the 1 year renewal. So I mean, I'll go for 3 months, but 6 months, that means that you haven't even had the discussion about the program itself. I mean, you're gonna put us in a position where we're gonna have to extend this out again anyway. So I'll go for 3 months. And based on the timeline is 24 months. Well, actually, it's 12 months because it's 1 year and then a 1 year renewal. So if you want to do 3 months, I'll make that concession, but 6 months, it's just not, it's unnecessary with the timeline that we have. I'm not talking about a 5-year contract.
So we have the motion on the table. Does the second still stand? Commissioners, any other comments?
The only thing, yes.
Ms. Miller Anderson, go ahead.
So we're essentially just saying maybe a year from now is when it would come back to us. I mean, well, when we would give the notice. So we're doing 6 months right now because it doesn't expire until January. So that's essentially what we're doing already is 6 months before it expires.
Yep.
We would be doing that again. So I don't see what the problem, 6 months would be fine.
No, I mean, based on what Scott presented, it's not anything going to happen to 2026 anyway. So there's a motion and a second. Let's call the question.
So before we do, let's just clarify, are we voting on giving staff direction? Or is this going to contemplate everything since it's nothing really changed other than 2 years? Is this going to be enough to authorize you to go back and to execute a lease agreement, or should we expect something back again?
Attorney Smith, go ahead.
I'm taking it as you're authorizing me to do a lease.
So we're authorizing the lease today, and then
Yes.
it'll be executed, so it won't be coming back to us.
Good.
Good. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Botel?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes. Yes.
Point of personal privilege, Mr. Chair.
Motion approved.
Mr. Chair. I see a lot of facial expressions and discuss that we're taking a long time with this, but let me remind these people, if they don't know, we're bound by 286. That means government has to operate in the sunshine. So it's not like I can call up my colleague and say, what are we doing on the Smoothie Meat lease? So yeah, it may be painstaking to watch us go back and forth, but on the bright side, appreciate that you got 5 commissioners up here that's diligent and that's working through this. So all these facial expressions, just understand that I want to be heard by my colleagues, and I expect my colleagues to share with me their perspective. So that's just a part of it. If you really got an issue with it, perhaps go and watch from the overflow room. But I would appreciate if I had an elected official that hashed out these details, because too often as an elected official, we've sat up here and we've realized how we didn't put the work in on the front end, and it's this enormous problem later. And I just appreciate the discussion that we had, because I think everybody's perspective was ultimately considered when we made that action. So certainly this is a part, and this is part for the course. So if you don't like it, then, excuse yourself. But that's, I think, what we should be doing as elected officials.
Commissioner, I agree with your dedication and everyone being here late night, and we're putting in the work. So thank you for the efforts, every one of my colleagues. So I know we are here late. It is a lengthy conversation, but I know the tenant that is actually just got her lease approved is sitting home happy that we had this discussion. So let's continue to move forward. 7C, please.
Discussion of Blue Lagoon Development Project. The acceptance of public comment cards are now closed. Mr. Chair, we have one comment card.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can I have a motion, please?
So moved.
I'm sorry, I apologize. This is a discussion item. There's no motion and no action. Staff is going to ask for some direction from us, but Mr. Jonathan Evans, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, at this time, I'll ask the Director of Planning and Development, Mr. Scott Evans, to make this presentation.
Mr. Scott Evans, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the CRA board. Staff is seeking board direction for the Blue Lagoon project. And let me just get to this slide. This has not been able to proceed due to a lack of required funding for the project, which is related to the increase in construction costs that happened after the time that development agreement was approved. And I'd like to start with a little bit of project history. Mr. George Steele, who's the owner of Tony's Subs, which is the existing business located on 21st Street in Riviera Beach, responded to notice by the CRA for disposition of this property. And he submitted a proposal to acquire and develop the property, which would include moving and expanding his local business to the new project. The Blue Lagoon Plaza executed a development agreement with the Riviera Beach CRA in January of 2018, giving them permission to develop the parcel of land, which is located on the corner of Blue Heron and Avenue F, in order to meet the CRA's attention to help get the property revitalized and to help a local business. And that agreement provided that the CRA would provide 2 grants that we would agree to sell the property to Mr. Steele, including a $180,000 acquisition loan, which would be in the form of a second mortgage, and that we would also provide $195,000 of a property distinction incentive grant, which was a special grant that was created, which would offset some of his construction costs. And then we agreed to provide some technical support to help him move along through the process. As of today, the project, they developed their engineering plans. The property was replatted, and the site plan was developed by Mr. Steele and his architect, and it was approved by the city council. But due to the effect of COVID and its effect on construction pricing, which has continued to go up since then, the cost to build the construction from what he originally planned back in 2017 has gone up quite a bit. On November 10th of 2021, the Blue Lagoon Plaza requested an additional subsidy from the CRA board. They requested approximately $106,000 of additional grant funding. At that time, the board did not take action. And then in the summer of 2022, the CRA did an assessment working with the Blue Lagoon team to really figure out how much the gap had grown, because we knew that construction prices had increased quite a bit, and we felt like likely much more than the $106,000 that they felt they originally needed. And that analysis found that the project had grown, the gap was over $500,000. So we have been discussing.
Mr. Chair, can you clarify what that means? 500,000 additional, or in addition to the grants?
No, it just means that the original cost of the project from when what we imagined it would cost had got up by $500,000.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Evans.
We discussed on potential alternate possibility, we wanted to bring the board some options to consider tonight. And so we've only had those option discussions at a high level because we wanted to get your direction before proceeding with anything detailed. But one of the options would be for the CRA to assume development responsibilities for the project and to retain ownership, which would mean that we would make it one of our capital projects. We would construct the plans as approved, and then we would sell one of the spaces, and there's 3 bays in the proposed project, and we would sell one of them as a condominium to Mr. Steele so that he could, in fact, expand his business and move and have ownership in the new project. If the board, so this is one of the options that we had proposed that we could consider. We didn't go into detailed discussions with Mr. Steele about this because obviously this would be something we would need board direction to really explore. But it was one of the possible options that we talked about. The total project cost would be about $2.3 million under that option. And then against that, we would have one-time revenue of, say, perhaps $600,000 from the sale of the 1 unit to Mr. Steele. And then and then of course we would get rent. The remaining spaces would be used potentially for an incubator program, which we had also discussed previously. So that leaves it about somewhere around $1.6 million total cost, with about $30,000 in annual rent that we would receive. The other concept would be that another option rather would be to pursue also for us to take over the project, but perhaps to add some live work units to the existing plan, where we would go ahead and proceed with a redevelopment project on it, similar to what's designed, but incorporating live work units instead of just the 2 commercial spaces. And then the other option we would like board direction on that we think is a possibility is just for the board to, at this time, to say the project wasn't able to proceed. They couldn't raise the amount of required funding, and we should proceed with negotiating termination of that development agreement. And if we were to do that, we did have some discussion. Mr. Steele has invested about $40,000 in his construction plans, which we could purchase from him since they was an approved site plan. And if you did decide to move forward at a future time, they are completed plans, which might make him whole for the process. And then, of course, what any other board direction that you come up with. So this, we're seeking your direction tonight in order to take next steps on this project. And with that, I'll pause and respond to board questions.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Madam Clerk, did you say we have public comments?
Yes, Terrence Davis.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Davis.
It's getting late, but we all gonna make it. Terrence Davis. Back in 2016, Commissioner Miller Anderson, you do recall, we was on the board together. This was one of the legacy projects. This was the only legacy project in Riviera Beach. Mr. Tony has been in this community employing people for over 30 plus years, to the point where we were little kids. Now his son is a police officer. We were kids playing in the street. He's been investing countless times in growing his business. When this item came before the board, we talked about him being in a position to be an incubator pioneer, so that when we save, which was Smooth to Me location, it wasn't for Smooth to Me, but for a business like that. Because at the time, it was brought before us just to tear it down. I said, no, let's buy that, put a business in that, support Mr. Tony and Tony Subs, and then who's ever in that business can transition over. A little history lesson. At that time in that meeting, no one could foresee what was going to happen with COVID in 2020. This item was approved in 2016. There was a 4-year gap. The ball was dropped somewhere. And as business owners, as folks who rent property, when your landlord knows you on a month-to-month, what do they typically do? They go up on your rent. So there are some serious damage that we all must consider that Tony Subs has been under. I would definitely recommend that everyone on this board, this is an item you look at, but don't make a decision tonight, but have a real sit down with Mr. Tony himself, each board member. I watched the CRA developer get backed on the backs of taxpayers and everything was quiet. I'm not saying it was right, I ain't saying it was wrong. What I'm saying is we got a business owner that's been here for 35 plus years and created an opportunity for a legacy project and did everything the right way and never get noticed for it. Even when we have hurricanes, he's the one business that opens up, that feed all our employees while they're protecting this city and the residents. I asked this board to go back and look at the minutes. In the minutes, and Ms. Miller Anderson, she could attest, I asked the board at the time, we don't know what the market's gonna do. Let's give more money, but the consensus wasn't there, right? Because I foreseen that the market was gonna change, but I didn't think that no one would hold that business up for 4 years prior to COVID. So I'm just asking you today, as a concerned citizen, someone that love it when see people come to our community and do it right, that we look at what staff has recommended, don't make a decision, but meet with Tony and his team, each and every board member. And I come tonight to give you a history lesson, to understand we got great people in the city trying to do it right, but don't take this project over, okay? Give him a chance to make it right. And I will
Thank you for your
volunteer
comments,
my
Mr.
time and
Davis.
staff to come up with some options.
Thank you for your
I'm
comments,
doing
sir.
business development now.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Evans? Scott Evans? Any additional comments? I believe that was the presentation, commissioners. Discussion in reference to some of the options that are at the table. Councilwoman Lanier, Commissioner Lanier, go ahead.
This is a 7-year project. I think that we should put it out for development proposals. It's 7 years. It appears that the individual talking to Mr. Evans, Scott Evans, it was the funding, it couldn't get financed, and then maybe COVID happened, and then it was different financing structures that they could not get. It's just been 7 years, and this is like really indicative of projects that come before us that got started, 7, 8 years ago, and then we're still talking about them 7 years later. So, I mean, it's a piece of property that the CRA owns. Put it out and let developers bid on what could go there. It just seems, I mean, it could be the incubation project where you have an anchor and you could use the other 2 bays for incubator businesses. But what needs to happen is that it needs to move, and that hasn't happened in 7 years. So I would put it out to developers to get some ideas about what could be developed on that property.
Comments? Commissioner McCoy, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize, Mr. Evans, help me out. You said that there was a $500,000 gap. At what point? Is that after the $375,000 grant that we contemplated on giving them? They still was 500,000 short?
Yes, when they came, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Evans, thank you.
When they came to us requesting for 106,000, that was the gap for them to be able to complete the project. And then when we did the new analysis, it had grown to over 500,000. So I guess it had gone up 394,000. But that was the gap between the amount that they felt that they could get financed for and that they could afford in their pro forma. And that's how much the construction had gone up, because when they originally greenlit when they originally proceeded, they could, the pro forma worked for the project.
Okay. All righty. Certainly, I don't recall seeing that, so I'm glad you pointed up this $40,000 invested. So if we were to take the option, and I don't know what that looks like if we incorporate those live work units, where's that at? Is that in the second option?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so that would contemplate that the CRA builds the property or develops it?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Evans, thank you.
Yes, under the second option, we would take over the project, but we would also convert 2 of the spaces to live work, just to try and add a little bit more intensity to the use.
So currently, obviously, I don't know what the zoning and that designation is. Is it like what's the zoning designation? Is it like a downtown core, something like that?
It's a downtown general, I believe, which
Okay.
is a mixed use, but of lower density.
Okay, so I guess to that point, so help me understand if we were gonna, I think you mentioned this, to create a condominium type sale of the property, if that occurred, would any of the live work units be associated with that property, which is the large space?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Evans.
I think you could do it however the board ended up wanting to proceed, but under the options we were trying to propose for your consideration, the live work ones would be for the incubator spaces, or the two spaces that don't have tenants yet. So it would be built into 3 bays. Mr. Tony's restaurant would be in one of the bays, and then the other 2 bays, which are smaller, they're about 1,000 square feet each, could have an apartment on top. But we weren't proposing an apartment on top of the restaurant, just on top of the other spaces.
Okay, that's a very interesting concept, and I'm certainly more inclined to go with the second option, so long as obviously we can't designate now at this point that we're going to absolutely sell that property, after it's developed. But I guess we would assume that the $2.3 million is true for the development if it contained those 2 units, or is that going to be an additional cost?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Evans.
I would like to do, if that's something the board would like us to explore, I think it might be a little bit additional cost. The 2.3 is based on the existing project, but it's also very conservative in that I didn't want to provide a number that then I would come back later and say we needed more money. So if we were able to do a detailed analysis, I think that 2.3 might go up a little bit for the live work, but not that much. I think we want to provide a very high level estimate. And so if we were to explore it, I think we'd be looking at about 2.5 even with the live work.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Go ahead, Commissioner
Thank you,
McCoy.
Mr. Chair. So, and I know you don't have this all ironed out at this point, but what would be our options going forward on how that gets developed? Would we actually be the developer and we go out and do it ourselves with our project manager, or do we, put out another RFP for builders? Like, how do we determine how that gets built out, what that program looks like, or what are our options, I can say?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr.
I think we'd have to explore what our procurement options are related to. We would definitely have to take over the project and retain ownership. So we'd have to explore what our procurement options were because we would be the ones paying for the construction. So at that point, I'd say we'd have to bring the feedback back to you with your options based on what our procurement options are. So I think we would have to build it.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
I do think, whatever option that the board feels comfortable with, I think this is a good capital project and a construction project where you can facilitate the activation of this commercial space, as well as the option for live work where you can facilitate local contractors participating in this particular type of project. And so it is a space that you will obviously activate that within the corridor, but also there is job creation opportunities for small local contractors to participate in this particular project. So if the board is so inclined to either option 1 or option 2, we see this as an economic development tool that can facilitate a good project where you can have the local participation and address some of the economic development that the CRA is charged with.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, can I finish?
Go ahead, Mr. Councilman, Commissioner McCoy.
Last question, thank you for now. Mr. Evans, so obviously we would now have to do some serious considerations for budget in terms of how we finance this and what that looks like. What's your thoughts on that?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
Yes, we would have to put together a financial analysis and a pro forma to get a good understanding of what the revenue generation would be, also what the cost would be, and whether we would retain the spaces or the spaces would be, a situation where if it's an owner-occupied dwelling in the live work, then it's something that they're going to want to own that business space versus a situation where they are just rental units and your intent is to extend that rent or that lease for a period of time. So it all really depends on what the layout, but we would have to do some financial modelings to show the board what the gap, if any, that would be provided for on that. And so that would take us a little bit of time, but that's something that I think we can get in short order to provide you with some options.
Commissioner,
I think both.
Commissioner Botel, Commissioner Lanier, and then Commissioner Miller Anderson. Go ahead, Commissioner Botel.
Thank you. My question is, if we had never entered into any kind of an agreement with anybody for that property, what's the highest and best use of that property, and what kind of height would we talk about had we not had any agreement? Had we just said, hey, what do we think should go there? What would be our best idea for putting something there? What would it be?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
Right now, the site maximum development you could put there is 3 stories. It's a very small site. It has restricted access. So certainly the profitability of redeveloping that site is very limited. I think Mr. Steele took on a project that was going to help him realize his dream. But it certainly was not a highly profitable one. It was a project that needed the subsidy we originally gave them just to make it work. So the highest and best use, I think, will be something that fits into that, but that establishes a new look for Blue Heron. A lot of the development adjacent to that is in need of redevelopment also, but these parcels are small and they're difficult to economically redevelop. So I think a 2-story commercial space would be ideal. And if we could make it mixed use, which is a combination of residential, then to me, that would be the ideal use. But the maximum height is 3 stories.
I like the idea of making it mixed use. And I guess, was there some consideration that Mr. Steele would perhaps purchase, if we allowed for commercial and then living above, that he would purchase one of these units, or would he still be in a rent? I mean, I know that's his dream, is to own his own place, right? Is that a consideration?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
Yes, we put that as one of the options because his original reason for responding was so that he could develop an ownership of his restaurant towards building some equity. So that's why we put that as the option, would be so that he could own his space, but we would still own the property. The CRA would.
Commissioner Lanier.
I think that Dr. Botel hit the nail on the head when she said the highest and best use. I think that is something that a developer could give us, put this out to bid. I would even offer a motion to go with number 3, and then come back with some information in terms of redevelopment options. It could also be a good affordable housing site. It's a lot of potential here, but we're not developers. So I think that I want to offer a motion to go with number 3 so that we can move forward with this property.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion to be made, properly second. Continue discussion. Commissioner Miller Anderson, you had some comments?
Yes, I did. The particular site is around the corner from my house. I've lived around there 20 plus years. And I would say almost all of those years it's been vacant, or at one point in time, there was a old building there for a very, very long time that was vacant. I mean, there's never been an interest from anyone to do anything with it. I don't know that that would be beneficial. I mean, it's almost similar to those lots on, that property on Blue Heron and between R and O, where they're so slender till it's difficult for anything to really go there. Almost similar to the property that the golfing, Mr. Malachi knows that area that we provided to him some years back. There has not been any interest in it. And so, I would be in favor of the second option. But obviously tonight, we won't get all of the final answers to any of this. So I think if we could just agree to go with one of the options, and we can get all of the details at another time. I'm in favor of option two.
Mr. Scott Evans, what is the total square foot that is contemplated to be built for this building?
It's about 4,500 square feet.
Okay. And the estimated building costs, 2.3 million is the estimated cost. That's being built by staff, or is that the cost that the builder projected to us?
That is based on their updated building estimate, combined with the analysis of the construction estimator that we hired, combined with, let me just see. Yeah, it's those three things plus a contingency.
Okay, because looking at the average cost of building for commercial space, cost is anywhere between $230 and $260 for one-story commercial space. If we, as an agency, is building, our cost goes significantly up. We're looking at almost $600 per square foot for government administrative buildings. So that price point of 2.3 is fairly high. So it's difficult for us to make a real decision tonight, because I would no way support us investing 2.3 million into 4,500 square feet to try to make incubator space when we don't know how to run an incubator program. So I'm concerned with that. Option two would be one of the only options that we do, but the numbers have to make sense, because I don't want to just go back out to market, because as Commissioner Miller Anderson said, that sliver of land is small to develop. Putting it back out to market is not going to be realistic. And there's been a vested interest from Tony Sub. So I did hear the speaker's comments tonight. So I'm inclined to want to see what we can do to help build that out, but making it make the most sense for our taxpayers, for our shareholders. So I like option two as well, because I really do like the mixed use options that's being built across the nation. And I think that site would be a prime location for some retail and also some housing above there, with possibly one floor of parking. So if it's 3-story density, we can look at those options, but we need some more details. So it's hard to make a decision, but I think with my colleagues, we have a motion on the table. I would be in support of Ms. Miller Anderson's idea of option two as well. Commissioner McCoy, do you have any additional comments?
I like number two. But let's just think about this. So even with the 40,000 that he has expended in anticipation of this development, will that also be considered in refunding those monies under the second option?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Evans, Jonathan Evans, go ahead.
If option two is considered, I think it would be only fair that you do look to do such, because you would have to redesign the project anyway. So it would be something that we can certainly bring back as part of whatever the final recommendation is. One of the things I think it's important for the board to also consider is that if you did go out with a public solicitation, I think you will get responses, but I think they will ask for you to give them the property, because of what would be required to develop that property, because the estimator, the construction estimator, that Mr. Evans, correct me if I'm wrong, that we utilize for this, those are the construction costs that they're seeing in the market space now at $500, close to $500 per square foot. And I think that's even the cost for the incubator space, the value of the incubator space for over at Found Care. So you're going to probably see a situation with a site that small that the developer may come in and say, we can build something like this, but there's going to have to be either some concession that you give the land, or you're going to have to bring some cash to the table to facilitate that. But we can bring back some more specificities on option 2 and any other options that the board may have to get some clarity with regards to moving this item forward.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Commissioner.
I definitely would like to see you bring back some more specifics about option 2 and what it would take. I especially would like to hear from our new economic development manager about her opinion on this, because I think I am not personally qualified to make, to understand all of the ramifications of what that property could bring for us, and I'd like to hear her opinion as well as yours. So I'm not in favor of doing anything until we hear from staff again.
Mr. Scott Evans, option 2, would there be a possibility of incorporating a space for Tony Sub for option 2 as one of those 3 incubators that we're building out?
That would be.
That's the one where he combined.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think under option 2, that would have Tony Subs be one of the persons who would take one of the 3 units.
I just didn't see it up there in the writing, so I just want to make sure that's clear, because it's not actually detailed like it is in option 1. So I know that it was referenced earlier, but I want to make sure that's clear before we make a vote, because Tony Subs is definitely one of the players of this development. And because it doesn't state it there, I want to make sure the motion, or the maker of whatever motion we put on the table, includes that as well.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
I just want to go back to the cost estimate. Just to be clear, so the site development and construction would be 1.7 million, and then we had reserved 600,000 to help with the build out of the 3 different spaces.
Yep.
So that's how we got to the 2.3.
Thank you, Mr. Scott Evans. So we have a motion on the table, and it's been seconded in reference to option 3. Are we going to withdraw that or dispose of it?
I'm gonna withdraw that and we go with number 2. That's
Thank you,
fine.
Commissioner. Can we get a motion for number 2?
So moved.
Second.
Additional discussion? Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Botel?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Pro Temp Lanier?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Item is approved.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner McCoy, go ahead.
So in light of what our executive director has shared with us about the 40,000, can we go ahead and make a motion to authorize staff to reimburse Mr. Spiel up to 50,000, so that doesn't have to come back and he can be paid as soon as possible, since we're going to go in a different direction?
Follow up. Are you making the motion, or can we have some?
Absolutely, I am making a motion, but I wanted to make sure that I laid out to the members and then allow staff to give some feedback, because what I don't want to do, if we already know we're not going to go that option, let's, try to make him back whole again.
I'll second that motion.
You second?
I second.
All right, discussion. I guess the concern, Commissioner McCoy, is that are we going to incorporate that 40,000 that's been vested into the possible negotiations of him having ownership of the unit or having additional terms? If we're taking ownership now, we may or may not use those diagrams. So you want to just make him whole and then move forward with the next steps?
Yeah, that should be
Understood.
contingent, because we don't know what that looks like in
Understood.
terms of financing and that sort of thing.
Thank you, Commissioner.
But I wanted to make sure that was, attainable and possible.
Discussion, Director.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's something that staff can assist to facilitate. We can even provide him, with the option whether you want us to credit it or do you want us to write the check. So we can give him that particular option if that's the board, because he may say, as long as you're going to give me the credit for it, you hold on to that as a
And that was my thought process. He may want to hold on to that credit just to still have some skin in the game and have a vested interest, because getting back.
No, Mr. Chair, let's think about this, right?
Sir.
We're already deciding that we're going to build. We don't know what's going to happen a year from now. Let's wash hands. If we're going to agree that this didn't work out the way originally anticipated in 2016, let's immediately furnish him his money, because if we hang on to it, there's this unbelieved expectation that there is some sort of agreement, and I don't want to give that impression. I think we've already gave him an impression that clearly didn't pan out And, this is regrettable circumstances, but let's just make sure it's very clean. And I don't want to anticipate anything in the future based on us holding on to a credit.
Understood, Commissioner.
No, let's go with the vote.
So, but Mr. Evans, for clarity's sake, the motion is to just reimburse and be clean with it, not to give the option of a credit, correct?
Correct. And
Okay.
I offered up to 50,000. I don't know what that number looks
It was
like.
approved and properly second. Any additional conversation, discussion? Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Botel?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Item is approved.
Thank you. Discussion by Executive Director?
Yes, Mr. Chair, very briefly, we did receive a letter a day or so ago from our tenant Rafiki Tiki asking for some concession with respect to the amount that they are supposed to pay as it relates to their gross proceeds over a certain threshold. And I did receive the letter. I am going to provide the board with a copy of the letter, but I have a letter that I've drafted, but I want to get direction or clarity from the board, because one of the things that I was asking for based on the letter that provide us with documentation and proof that the relief that you are requesting, you have these documents that the board may ask for. And so I want to, before I do send that letter and ask for financial information or documents that show what cost increase have been for the restaurateur, I want to make sure that the board is okay with a situation that I respond, get that information, and then ultimately bring all that information to you all for consideration. And so I did want to get clarity from the board before I ask for financial documents.
But, say that, I mean,
Go-
not
go
all
ahead.
over again, but what's the gist of that now? I missed the last part.
So there's a provision in the lease agreement with the restaurateur that over a certain threshold, you're supposed to provide 6% of gross proceeds or what have you. He's asking for that number to go to 3%. And so instead of, I said, I will share what your request is with the board. However, my board's going to probably ask additional probing questions. And these are the things that I need to get from you. And then I'll bring all that information to the board, and you all as the policymaking board can make a determination whether you agree, disagree, or would like to stay with the terms of the lease. I just wanted to make sure when I do send out that letter that you're comfortable with what I'm asking for to be able to provide you the information to make informed public policy decision.
Mr.
Commissioners?
Chair,
Madam,
how many years
Commissioner
did he
Miller.
have where he didn't have to pay any rent? Do you know that offhand?
I think, yeah, I think he's always had, and I thought there was some situation during COVID. There
No,
was some
I'm talking
relief.
about from the very beginning.
Oh.
Scott Evans would know for sure.
Okay.
I believe he always had to pay rent.
At the very beginning? I don't think so.
Okay. We
Check
can
in, just
have a-
check into that one.
Okay.
Okay.
Commissioners? Direction?
They just bring it back, yeah.
Big-
I mean,
yeah.
yeah.
Because I just don't want to put out a letter and then board says, why did you ask for that information in that letter? So I just want,
Without any direction or without any insights to the letter or even the financials or the request, my response would be right now a hard no.
Me too.
Because I wouldn't be inclined to supportive of that. We have some of this is happening at that marina site, so I'm not sure what's going on or what's causing for the request to kind of reduce it. And I love the local vendor that's there and one of the only eateries on inside Riviera Beach on this side of the bridge. But to that point, there's other things that we need to put dollars into, finishing out the event space. Preparing for the parking plan that's coming along. So to reduce that revenue, I mean, you can respond, but I'm still going to be inclined to be a hard no. But commissioners, you guys can we can get some information back, but I don't think this is much we need to discuss, from my opinion.
No, that's my opinion as well. That's a hard no.
Yeah, no too.
So,
so is
it looks like there's,
Make a motion to stick with whatever we have in place and not do any reduction.
Second.
Commissioners, discussion? Commissioner McCoy, go ahead.
I understand what you're saying, but I don't know what we're saying. And what I mean is, why do we need to make a motion to tell him that? That's already understood. I mean, that's the expectation. I think at some point we allow the manager to do, have some discretion. I don't expect when he needs to change out of.
Walter, are you recording this?
No.
Please record this.
Right, but it's already understood in the lease
Commissioner.
agreement. So
Go ahead, Commissioner.
what exactly?
I believe the city manager just wants clear direction with solidified by a vote, just to know how to proceed with the response to the letter. But go ahead, Director.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, it's not even necessarily the vote, the formal action. It's that I got a request for some concession. And so I want to be able to share that request and then seek direction from the board as to how you wish to proceed. Because what I don't want to send a hard no, and then you end up getting a phone call and said, the manager said no, and you didn't even entertain
Correct.
so that's where the question comes from. I can certainly I will forward you guys the letter that was provided with respect to the concession.
Well,
Commissioner McCoy, go ahead.
if I'm not mistaken, he's already paying much less than market rate,
Much
way
less.
less than market
And
rate.
to
So,
that
I mean,
point-
if he wants to
Go ahead,
open this up, right? I think we could probably set forth a notice in his agreement and tell him he needs to be out in 6 months. But I mean, it comes a point where I want to support you, but I'm not going to, no free ride over here.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Miller Anderson.
Because also there were are we up to date with the construction that was taking place that wasn't authorized? Because I know there were a number of things that was going on that we kind of had to work around, and I think we were very lenient in working with him on a lot of that.
I believe there's still some, and Mr. Evans, you can provide some perspective. I believe there's still some items that he's working with staff to cure, resolve, working with the building department as well.
Even utilizing space that was not originally a part of the agreement. And so he had free space for a while that was being used that was not authorized as part of the business. So I think we have been very generous over the years. So I am not, I can keep the motion on the floor so that we're clear that there is no further discussion about it.
I would be in agreement, and that was my sentiments of the hard no. I didn't want us to go too deep into conversation or too much on the record, but it's still a hard no, and if we need to take a motion or a vote, we can. But to that point, I think we've given direction just because of some of the other nuances that go with what's going on at that project. Go ahead, Commissioner McCoy.
Be true to what you said on paper. So let's go on and take a vote. We got to have some backbone about it, because.
Motion's been made and properly second.
But I appreciate it. I wanted to understand, why do we need to reinforce what we already know? But I think given the circumstances and what was laid out, I mean, paying less than market rate and already, matter of fact, incorporate that in there, considering that you're paying less than market rate and you've already, been provided with space that's outside of the rental square footage. The board is not in the position to accept those. Can you include that in there?
Who made the maker of the motion?
Yes.
Well,
Yes.
I think he can work. He knows.
Yeah, we can
Okay.
include that, yes. Yes, include it.
Because if this wasn't going to be the position, we might well change this to free city CRA, because that means you come in and get everything for free.
Yep.
Right. So we have a motion, properly second. You incorporated that, Madam Commissioner Miller Anderson. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Botel?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller Anderson?
Yes.
Commissioner McCoy?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Lanier?
Yes.
Chair Lawson?
Yes.
Motion is approved.
Director Evans, any additional comments?
Yes, I do want to introduce and welcome Ms. Sarah Maxfield, who's our new business and economic development manager. This is her third day on the job, and so she's here in the audience, Riviera Beach resident. So we're glad to have her on board. I did send an email to all the developers that I had in my phone that have called me about projects. And so she's already setting up meetings. So if you have any developers that have called you about projects and initiatives, she's going to go ahead and be the intermediary and help expedite and resolve some of those things, and then providing some updates to the board. So we're glad to have her on board. She comes with a wealth of experience and background. We were able to steal her from Delray Beach, where she was the director of economic development over there. So it's already got some great ideas and some concepts, and looking forward to bring those to the board. That concludes my my comments, and congratulations to Councilperson Botel for your presidency, and also being recognized as a hometown hero.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Evans. General Counsel?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure I have the right request from Commissioner Lanier that I will also share with everyone else. Prior to the next meeting, and I've started talking to Nick Finelli before we left, we're to provide you with every document, all the ground leases, the master development and everything. And what I've asked him to provide also, all the parties involved and back up about who that party is and the relationship within the document. And lastly, where those documents are going, i.e. if it's coming to the CRA and why, if it's going to the city and why. Those are the three things that I'm looking to provide you before the next meeting.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead,
So,
Commissioner McCoy.
thank you. Mr. Smith, there was the conversation about the legal opinion. Can we take that now, or should I wait till it's my turn?
Well, good.
I want to be able to formulate that in writing as well, what that request was, because basically I'm asking, do these leases have to come to the city? It's just that simple. And when you talk about providing information in terms of backup, make sure you provide us with the joint venture agreements as well.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
I think if there is requests that are being made of staff, I think it's probably better suited, especially to get the direction from the board in this setting versus situations whereby the email correspondence and we're going back and forth and all that. And so if there is, obviously legal has to do some research, and there's a retainer, of course, but then there's also fees additional to that. So there may be some additional questions that the board may have concerning that they may want to add on to that. So I think it is probably better suited to provide it in this setting, but the board can proceed as it wishes.
Mr. McCoy, go ahead.
Thank you. I think it's within the prerogative of the vice chair to ask whatever question that she deems she needs legal direction on. She's independent as a personal commissioner, and I don't think it's appropriate for us to have to wait until the CRA reconvenes to bring that to the board's attention. And that's exactly the vein that I was going down with my questions. It seems that, right, if you want to be able to ask a question of legality, like I even gave this example, not that this has occurred, but if I have a question of whether or not I would be in violation of the code of ethics if I wanted to vote on something, why should I have to wait to bring that to the CRA meeting? I mean, you can't possibly do that. And then, I just want to make sure that I'm clear. So these are conversations that have to occur outside of the meeting. So I don't know that may not necessarily apply, but certainly the commissioner should be able to ask this question at any point and not necessarily have to wait, especially if it revolves around any kind of legal opinion, because we have to make decisions. And believe it or not, and I think you probably would agree, but for those who don't understand, only being here is the official action. There are other forms of businesses and meetings that we have to take place with. And I don't want to be sitting in, in a room with somebody who's a prospective developer or what have you, and there may be some questions of legal concern unless I know I go in there prepared. So that's why I want to make sure that we have that ability and then anonymity, autonomy, to be able to ask those questions independent of the actual board itself. So I just want to make sure that we're clear, and that's the expectation, because I don't want to wait, and no one should have to wait until we reconvene as a commission.
That's fine with me, that you can, whenever you get it, and talking about.
Can we get everyone to agree on that? Because I had to go back and forth about questions of public records and whether or not they were applicable. And if the law provided that we were allowed to have them, and I was given the impression, perhaps, it may have been some confusion, that that question can only be asked and answered in the city council or a CRA meeting, which I don't believe that that's the case. And I want to make sure that that is everybody else's understanding.
That's my understanding, Chair, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Lanier, go ahead.
That's my understanding. And also I talked earlier about that CRA CDC conflict. I think it's Florida Statute 112.313 on conflict of employment with conflict of employment. So I wanted to get a legal opinion about that as well, because I asked about this several times and I don't think I've gotten a legal opinion. I think I've gotten an opinion of what someone says it is, but I want to get a legal opinion as well as do redevelopment leases come back to the city?
Okay. Thank you, Commissioners. General Counsel, any other comments?
Well, and I guess the distinction would be, yes, anytime a board member has a legal question, we're to answer those questions of that board member and provide the answers to each member. The distinction would be the given direction would be have to come through the board to direct us to do something. And here, a prime example of something that happened I think about a year ago, there was a discussion about campaign signs on CRA property. So the way that would function is if Pro Temp Lanier called and said, I need a legal opinion of can signs be on CRA property? That's proper. We're to do a legal opinion and get her that opinion and get it to the entire board. But if she said, now send a letter to candidate X saying they got to move it, that would be a direction I'd have to get from the entire board. So there's an inquiry and then there's direction, and that's the distinction that we have.
Commissioners? Commissioner McCoy, you had a question about this, or was it just general comments?
Thank you, Mr. Smith, but I don't know why I would need to be copied on something that she asked that's completely outside of something that we're going to vote on. If that's an issue of whether or not, this is legal or not, why does that concern me? Why does now everybody on the board need to be made noticed or notified of that?
Because I work for the board, the entire board. And so if I'm asked a question by a board member, I have to give that answer to the entire board.
Okay, and that goes back to the same scenario I brought up to you when we met in Tallahassee. So if I have this ethics issue, now is that concern of other members? So if you answer a question of whether or not something is ethical or clarify something, now is that business of other commissioners?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
In my experience, I've seen situations where if it's an inquiry, it's a question, or it's an email that's provided a legal response to that. If it's a legal memorandum or if it's a legal briefing, then it's a situation whereby it's done in a setting where the board can say, well, while you're asking that question, or we collectively as the board are not interested in that particular question as framed or what have you, because that's how in some cases that they make sure that whatever the question that's being asked to the attorney that's a contractual employee, that it's not having a situation where you have one or two council persons that are consistently asking for legal memorandums. And so that's how I've seen it handled, that inquiries, emails, of course, you're going to get those responses based on questions, but when it's legal briefings or legal memorandums, that would be something that you would stand on as a policymaker. Then it's stuff that is usually facilitated in a public setting. But again, the board can handle it in whatever fashion it feels comfortable. I'm just giving you an example as how I've seen it handled.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Commissioners. Any additional comments on those? Statements by the Riviera Beach Commission, starting with Commissioner McCoy.
Yes. So, Mr. Evans, I do see, Madam President, that we're hosting League of Cities next month.
Yes, sir.
Who's the chair of that endeavor? Because I know the last time we came, we had some sandwiches, and let me tell you, I got some fellow electeds that aren't exactly very close to me now because of our menu last year, or whenever it was.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
Your name, councilperson, came up to make sure that the experience at this year's event is top notch. So Ms. McCray can, if you call her, she'll be able to tell you the menu and make sure that you're covered. But it's pretty good. It's pretty outstanding.
Well, Mr. Evans, I know you've been around, but let me tell you, when we, and I don't get to go as much because of work commitments, but when we do go to these other cities, they literally roll it out. Like they have buffet style, it's really nice, and not a box lunch with potato chips. So, I want to make sure that if we're going to be hosts, we should be good hosts.
We are.
And then too, we can kind of, have our staff and our ambassadors to let those shades up so we can show off our marina and our green space out there. So I want to make sure that that works, and certainly we'll be a part of that. And I know I had this conversation with you about 2600 Broadway. Are you able to offer us something on when we'll see something back on that?
Yes, Mr. Chair, if I may, I'm going to provide
Evans.
you all a memorandum on that. I just needed some additional information from staff. So you should get something end of week, first of next week at the latest, at the absolute latest on 2600.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Miller Anderson?
I don't have anything other than saying congratulations to President Dr. Botel.
Thank you.
I know that she is going to have a lot of activities and initiatives for Riviera Beach. So council, I think you all need to get ready. I think she gave us a little taste of what she's trying to do today during her speech. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. McCoy?
And I apologize, I missed this. So now that we did authorize the repayment of Tony's subs or whatever that amount is, we don't need to see that back again on the invoices under approval. We've essentially already authorized that in our action, so you guys can go ahead and make payment, correct?
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Mr.
Yeah,
Evans.
I intend to make payment and then provide you with notification that payment has been
Okay,
processed.
so I just don't want it to come back on next month's agenda as invoices. Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Commissioner Lanier? Pro Tem?
This past Saturday, my office, in collaboration with the Palm Beach Cultural African Diaspora Historical and Cultural Society, held an Emancipation Day in Florida, event to celebrate the emancipation of African Americans in the state of Florida. Also, I'll thank the panelists, Brian Knowles, Miss Charlene from Spady Cultural Center and Museum in Delray, Ms. Leah Gaines, Library Director, Mr. Adam Brody, for certainly going all out to help us to make this a successful event. Also, next Saturday, June the 3rd, we're holding a community cleanup in the neighborhood that is by Barracuda Bay. That's the West 15th Street to West 22nd Street. Flyers will be distributed to participants this week. We are asking residents to join us in efforts to beautify our great city.
Thank you, Commissioner. President Dot?
Thank you, thank you.
Oh, and congratulations.
Thank you very much. I also want to welcome Sarah Maxfield. It's gonna be a lot of fun, hard work, but a lot of fun. I want to thank Mr. Evans and my colleagues and staff who were there today for my installation. It was wonderful to see you all there. And in response to a certain person who made comments this evening at the microphone, I am proud of the work that I have done and I will continue to do to protect the Lake Worth Lagoon. It is precious ecosystem and it deserves all the protection I can give it. And of course I contacted the DEP. I represent Singer Island and my constituents overwhelmingly oppose the pollution of Munyon Cove. I contacted and will contact any government agency to convey the opinions and wishes of the people who elected me. I've contacted agencies about affordable housing, health for struggling students, food for feeding programs, and other issues that involve Riviera Beach residents, including homelessness. And if anybody sees that as evil or conniving, that indicates a basic lack of understanding of what we as elected officials are supposed to be doing. Today in my speech, I referenced a quote from Eleanor Roosevelt, who said, a woman is like a tea bag. You don't know how strong she is until she gets in hot water. And tonight, I would like to reference a quote by her husband, Franklin, who said, I ask you to judge me by the enemies I have made. A little reminder that tomorrow night is Jazz on the Beach. Please be there. It's going to be fabulous. As always, Walter has a great lineup in store for us again for tomorrow night. And I'm happy to say that this morning I started my day not at the Kravitz Center, but at the Lincoln Elementary School, where JB Dixon and I put 65 kids on a bus, fourth graders, to go over to the South Florida Science Center and have a great day. So I've had, all in all, a very good day, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioners. And I just want to close with, it was a long meeting, but it was very productive, successful. We had some major accomplishments tonight. So very proud of staff. Thank you for the work that you're putting in. And my colleagues, thank you for sticking it out with us. So motion to adjourn?
So moved.